Started here. First off, good morning. I hope everyone's having a great Wednesday and is ready to go. We are so excited. This is our third annual Leadership Summit. For Leadership in Action, this is basically our Super Bowl. This is what the event that we've been working towards and preparing for all year. And we're so excited that you guys are here to listen and learn from our presentations. So everybody has a handout, correct? Okay. We're asking for you guys to take notes on this handout. You're going to hear two presentations. For each presentation, you're going to have what's called a leadership nugget. And that's essentially a quote or a statement that solidifies what their presentation is all about. So when you guys see that leadership nugget, write that down. And then we also ask that you just write down one takeaway that you have from their presentation as a whole. And you'll do that for both presentations. Okay? We need a lot of volunteers. We need a lot of participation. So we're looking for that participation. We're looking for those volunteers. We're looking for that energy and passion. But here's some expectations. Number one, no phones at all. AirPods, earbuds, all that's put away. We're going to put our hoods down. We're going to give the seniors the respect that they deserve. We just ask that you guys are present, you're with us, and again, that you participate and you're ready to go, okay? So, with that being said, you guys ready to hear from the first presentation? Let's hear some noise. Let's go. Yeah. There you go. The first group up today is going to be our topic of accountability and self-reflection. Let's give them a hand.
Okay, good morning, guys. Like Sterner just said, our topic is accountability and self-reflection. So I'm Jalen. I'm a senior here.
I'm Lydia. I'm also a senior here.
And I'm Brooke. I'm also a senior here.
And I'm Emma.
So let's ask ourselves how accountable we are. So if you could put a finger up, 1 being not so accountable, and then 5 being accountable.
I'd like to say there's a pretty good mix in here. I do see a lot of 4s, so I'm excited to call a couple of them to the stage. So this is our leadership nugget. You guys probably want to write this down. It's "Your life does not get better by chance, it gets better by choice" by Jim Rohn. And basically, we're just trying to say that as a leader and just like as a regular person, it's important to put an effort to make change, even when it may be easier to go along with what other people around you are doing.
All right, and so for our night activity, we're going to have Jameson come on stage. Let's give him a hand. And then can we get one volunteer from the audience to join him on stage? What's your name, grade, and how accountable are you 1 to 5?
How what?
Accountable are you 1 to 5?
Hello, I'm Devin Colazzo. I am a sophomore, and I would say my accountability is around 3 to 4.
That's pretty good. All right. So we're going to have Jameson and Devin stand at the end of this path, and this kind of represents their life and their progression through life. So this kind of ties into you can't choose what obstacles are thrown at you in life, but you can choose how you respond to them. So we're going to give you guys some scenarios that hopefully you all can relate to as teenagers. And if you guys respond with accountability and self-reflection, you get to move up the path, which represents moving forward in life. So our first scenario is you were recently fired from your job because your manager told you that you were constantly slacking off and not doing what was asked of you. How will you respond? So Jameson, how would you respond?
do nothing and just spend my money.
Devin, how would you respond?
I would like to say that I'm sorry that I couldn't, do enough work for this job. But if I ever get this opportunity again, I'll do my best to research how I could do my best and try to put my best foot forward and doing a lot of work and effort in this potential job. Thank you.
All right, so Devin, you can move up the path. And then our second scenario.
You were promised to help out with your volunteer organization, but the day of, you decided not to show up. Nobody knew where you were because you didn't let them know in advance. What should you do?
Jameson?
I mean, if you're already not there, then just sleep.
And how would you respond, Devin?
If you don't let them know, if I don't let them know in advance, I would have to probably send them an email and apologize. But if I really can't make it, then I really just can't make it. But I gotta try to get there. Being late is better than not showing up at all. That's what I have to say.
All right, you can move up.
Okay, so our third scenario is you slept through your alarm, you stayed up late, and you know you won't be able to make it to school, and then their attendance will ruin your prom. You won't be able to go to prom.
All right, how would you respond to that?
Just not show up.
How about you?
So if I can't, make it to prom because I'm late and my attendance is absolutely terrible, I wouldn't exactly know what to do in this scenario, but I would just, have to find a way to do better next year and not let this year let me down. So yeah, I would see if I could try to make it, but I feel like trying to be better next year is the best thing I can do.
That's awesome.
Okay, and then for our fourth scenario, it's going to be about grades. So you've been lacking effort in your core classes, and your grade has dropped down so low that you can't participate in your sport anymore. However, you were offered tutoring and rejected the opportunity. What could you have done differently, Jameson?
Absolutely nothing.
What would you have done?
If I was to, you said this is rejecting tutoring, right? All right. So what I would have to do is I would look up a lot of online videos and do a lot of self-learning with this. Obviously, I wouldn't let these grades knock me down, and I would try to bring them back up. But since my grades are so low, I would have to obviously get a lot more knowledgeable at this subject. So I would say that I would definitely have to bring my smarts up to get my grades up, and being smart is definitely very important when it comes to being a warrior. So I would have to say that yes, if you're gonna be in a sport, you definitely got to get your grades up. It's very important.
You made plans with your friends and forgot to tell your family until the last minute, and now they don't want you to go. What should you do, and what should you have done differently?
Still go out anyways.
Yes, I would say that sneaking out is definitely not the best idea. If it's like an absolute dire situation, I'll probably try to explain to your parents why it's so important. But if they really just don't want you to go, then I would advise just listen to your parents. Sneaking out is not the best idea because you could get grounded and just not go out, within the next month. So it's really not worth it. But I would definitely would advise that you tell your parents in advance, like as soon as possible as you get the news. But really, sometimes we don't do that and we just wait till the last minute. But if you really can, just tell your parents immediately. Thank you.
Move forward.
All right, you made it to the end of the path. So we just wanted to ask a couple people in the audience, what would you have done differently in any of the situations? We can go back if you guys need reminders, but just a couple volunteers.
I think for the parent one, that's like a tough situation because a lot of us want to hang out with our friends, so we don't know when we're going to hang out again. It's not always fun.
anyone else want to share? Can we get at least one more person? Yeah, Billy.
So I think it's scenario 4, the one about the sports and tutoring, I would go back to the tutoring options and maybe help get your grades up instead of just trying to do it all on your own, because when you're already that low, the mountain is so high, you get that grade.
It is important to know that it's never too late to ask for help. People here are very understanding. We can say that as seniors. There's a lot of help available to you guys. Does anyone else want to share? Yeah.
I was just gonna say the same thing as Billy. I'll probably contact the tutor again and just ask for help. So contact my tutor to see what I can do.
Okay, thank you, Devin and Jameson, for coming up here. And again, this kind of just ties into you'll go farther in life when you take the time to take accountability and self-reflect. As you could see that Devin got to the end of the path, which represents that he progressed through life and improved for the future.
So, as a teenager, it's important to establish the habit of accountability and self-reflection so that you can carry these actions with you through life.
Okay, and then since we're all teenagers here, obviously it's a little hard to establish good habits. We don't really have super big problems in life at the moment. But we do want to talk about a couple things that we do. So just asking for feedback from people around you is a really good thing you can do. Exercising is really nice. It can take your mind off of a lot of things. Journaling just to see what's going on in your days. Just self-reflecting before the day is over is something I personally like to do. And then establishing a daily routine can help you minimize things that you're not very proud of happening in your daily life.
Okay, and then we just interviewed a bunch of people from our school. Some were teachers, some were students, and then we just put it all together in a video.
It shows that you're a strong person and that you know what you did wrong.
It helps you learn from your mistakes and have a stronger relationship in the future.
It's important to take accountability so that you can build trust with the people that you are trying to build relationships with.
If you realize, I guess, in the future that you did something wrong, you tend to try your best to improve yourself based on your past mistakes that you made in your life.
I think it helps build trust. People are going to take you at your word when you say you're going to do something. It helps kind of create that bond. Let them know that that trust level is there and they can count on you.
And then how do you self-reflect on those past actions to help change for the future?
You tend to communicate, I guess, with your loved ones, and you tend to show them that, I guess, you improved on your past.
You can self-reflect on what you did, in the past that negatively affected your life, and make sure you don't do those things again.
I ask my family and friends for feedback so that I can look at myself and reflect on myself.
See how your past actions affected the people around you and how it made them feel and if it was good or bad.
Personally, I kind of do that a lot. I'm kind of self-conscious, did I handle that situation correctly? Could I have been a little bit nicer or maybe a little bit more stern? But yeah, I think it's a good thing to self-reflect, to kind of evolve as a person, as a human, make sure you're doing things to the best of your ability and handling each situation uniquely but correctly.
Okay, and then to connect our topic to leadership, it is important to take accountability and leadership because it helps show that you care and that you are committed to a bigger and greater goal. And owning up to things can allow you and others to reflect on other actions. And then I said, as leaders, we need to model what it looks like to take accountability and self-reflect in our everyday lives to help others be the best versions of themselves.
So I have a personal reflection where I took accountability at my work. There was a customer who had a coupon and she like put it on the counter, but I didn't see it, so I didn't apply the coupon. And then as soon as she made me aware that she didn't get the discount, I took the issue to my boss and told her, you know, I made a mistake, like I didn't give this customer her coupon, and I just took accountability as soon as I could to make sure that I solved the situation in the best way I could.
Okay, and then my scenario was a little different. I don't think I took as much accountability as I should have for this issue. Basically, this year I'm president for LASSO, but I feel like last year we were trying to promote an event, and I didn't really listen to like what others were trying to like necessarily tell me, like different ways to promote an event, and I feel like I might have missed out on a lot of good opportunities there because I don't know, their way might have been better than mine, but I didn't take the time to like slow down and like realize that. So that's something that I've definitely like changed. Now I'm like a little more open to like listening to new ideas from like members in the club.
Mine, I talked about making plans with my friends, and then I ended up not doing my homework, so I had to do the right thing and not go out with my friends to get all of my homework done.
Mine had to do with my friends. I remember when I was late for an event one time, and it was frustrating for my friends because I was late, and I realized how my actions would affect them. So since then, I've had better communication and accountability as far as making plans with my friends.
Oh yeah. Okay, and then just a recap of our nugget. It's your life does not get better by chance, it gets better by choice. Or it does not get better by chance, it gets better by choice by Jim Rohn. Just in case you guys didn't get it the first time, we just wanted to pull it back up here. And yeah, I know we're teenagers, I know we don't always think about like what's ahead in life, but just establishing these good habits right now is just gonna do you a lot more good for the future. Yeah, and that's all from us. Thank you guys.
All right, great job by our first group. Our second presentation is on one of my absolute favorite topics, and that is the topic of growth mindset. So let's welcome them to the stage.
Well, good morning, everybody. How are we doing today? Hi, Jordan. I love how I heard this half of the room. What, over middle and right section, how are we doing today? That's better. Okay, so like Sterner said, our topic is growth mindset, and what we're going to start with is introducing ourselves and just telling a bit about what we're involved in. So, my name is Jameson. I'm involved with choir, theater, our Triad Music Honor Society, MCHS, basically everything to do with arts.
So my name's Angelina, and I'm involved with LASSO. I do Key Club, I'm in Spanish Honor Society, and I've done book club for all 4 years.
My name is Jocelyn, and I'm involved with Key Club, LASSO, Leadership in Action, and many other clubs.
My name is Maddie. I'm involved in band, choir, theater, NHS, Tri-Am, and badminton.
My name is Allie, and I am involved in color guard, choir, and leadership in action.
And then just a little bit of an overview for growth mindset. So basically what growth mindset is itself is the mindset of knowing the more you do something, the better you're going to get at it, and not just being like, oh, I can't do it, I just can't do it forever. It's basically that trial and error of learning from your mistakes and then getting better at it. So a really good example of that is if you do very poorly on, let's say, an AP statistics test. So you're like, should have done more homework. So an example of that would be doing the corrections for the test, learning from your mistakes, and then retaking the test and seeing that you got a better grade. And then growth mindset helps students experience high school to their fullest potential. Just because you're not limiting yourself. So like when you're in class, you're like, well, I can't do this. So that limits what you think you're able to do, when secretly you know you can do so much more that you're not able to fully grasp high school if you're just limiting yourself.
So back to our topic, growth mindset. Our leadership nugget is good, better, best. Never let it rest until your good is better and your better is best. So I'll give you guys a couple seconds to write that down. And basically our leadership nugget kind of just emphasizes that, like, despite your efforts, you know, you can always put in so much work, but there's always room for improvement. So whether that's school, work, sports, I think we can all relate to that. I think me personally, I'm not really involved in with a lot of sports, but school-wise, there's moments where I have to say I really lose my motivation. But I remember, you know, like what the outcome is and what I have to put in that hard work to get a good outcome out of something. And basically, you have to realize that you're more capable than you realize, and the more you challenge yourself, the more you're able to set yourself up for better experiences and to, you know, get to your full potential. And to connect this back with growth mindset, basically, it's the ability to stay positive throughout challenges and to be able to overcome them and still be able to continue on. So I think a lot of us as teenagers and high schoolers can relate to this, because a lot of us are, you know, like second semester, we tend to lose motivation and everything. So it's very important to remember your end goal and to remember that you can always improve in anything.
Okay, so now we're going to do our game. Can I have 2 members from the audience come up here, please? Okay, so each person is going to have 3 minutes to see how many cards that they can get between their 2 tables. And basically it's just going to show the difference between fixed and growth mindset.
Are you guys ready to rumble?
Yeah!
Ready? 3, 2, 1, go!
Who do you guys think is going to win?
Billy, you kind of need to stop dropping the cards. Oh, Billy's got 2, and Caden's got 1. Yeah. Oh, Billy's got a 3rd. Okay, if your team Billy, cheer. If your team Caden, cheer. We got a clear MVP over here.
We're already a minute down.
Oh, Billy got his 4th. Kate, you're kind of falling behind here, bud. No, that is not the same whale, Billy. Tisk, tisk. I think Billy's winning, I can't really tell.
2 minutes down.
Oh, final minute remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Who will take it? Who will win? Billy, stop dropping the cards.
Your time's done.
Your cards are all over the place right now. Oh my God. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whoa. 1, 4, 5, 6. Billy got 9. Even though his pairs were spread out all over the table.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have Billy talk about his mindset while he's doing this, and then we're gonna have Kaden talk about his mindset doing this. And I want you guys to think about the difference in what their mindset was, and see if that was the reason why they might have been able to get more or less cards.
Okay, starting with me. I don't know, my whole mindset during this entire game was like, if I just keep going, eventually I will find them, and that no matter what, I can just go back really fast and see.
So I'm not already the best at memory games, so when I was told it's a memory game, I wasn't really confident in myself. And then when the first few cards got flipped and I was really lost right away, I couldn't remember anything, so I was really negative on myself. And I wasn't really confident, and then I kept on most of the cards got mixed up, and I just wasn't really confident in myself half the time, and I really second guessed myself a lot.
Okay, so now I'm gonna have you guys, you're not gonna have a time limit, and you're just gonna see how many more that you can get, okay? 3, 2, 1, go. Come on, you guys gotta cheer for them.
Woo! Okay, after the first round, who's Team Billy? Who's Team Kaden? Billy, you got no love in this room, my guy.
Okay, so while you're doing this, we just want all of you to remember how much mindset can affect what you do. So since Kaden had a negative mindset, he didn't think he could do it. He was probably caught up in his head that he's like, oh my gosh, I don't know, I don't think I can do this, I don't have enough time. And we saw that he got less matches. And Billy had a more positive mindset about it, so he ended up getting more. So that's just something to think about when you're doing anything in your life, really. If you have a more positive and growth mindset, you're more likely to be able to achieve more than what you thought you could do.
So, while they're doing this, I'm going to talk a bit about fixed and growth mindset. So, a personal example for me is back in 7th grade. Like I said, I'm a huge theater nerd. Parkland was doing The Little Mermaid, and I was going for one of the lead roles, and my mindset was, I'm gonna get it. I was confident. I was just straight line the whole entire time, and then the cast list came out, and I did not get it. So my mindset was not the best for that, but coming over here doing theater, what I have learned is take every opportunity I can to learn from every audition and get better and to grow. So this is just a way to kind of see where you fall on the fixed mindset to growth mindset scale. So someone with more of a fixed mindset is going to avoid challenges. One of the biggest things we say in Leadership in Action is choose hard. So someone with a fixed mindset is not going to choose hard. Someone else with a fixed mindset gives up easily, disregards feedback completely. They will not take any sort of criticism whatsoever. Has a fear of failure, so they have to be like a perfectionist in a sense and can't do anything wrong, as well as seeks validation. So like not having that confidence in themselves that what they did was right. But on the other side of the spectrum with a growth mindset, someone that has belief in their own personal growth, that they know that they can succeed, as well as they choose hard and they embrace the challenges that get put in front of them, and they learn from their mistakes, so they don't just do something. If they get something wrong, they learn from it instead of just like tossing it to the side. As well as one of the biggest things is process over outcome, is kind of enjoying, you've heard all the saying, it's not about at the end, it's about the journey. Basically what that is, and enjoying what happens throughout, as well as being resilient and adaptable. Basically, anything that comes from, any challenges that come from classes, personal life, being able to overcome them and just learn and grow from them.
Okay, so circling back to our memory card game really quick, you guys can stop. Do you think that having a growth mindset or positive mindset helped you get more matches?
Yes, 100%.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Thank you guys. You can go back to your seats. So I actually focused on a study done by the International STEM of Education, where they conducted a study of 659 college and university students. And out of those 659 students, only 88 students said that they did not struggle in school. They actually found three main causes and effects for growth mindset. One, having good social standing. Two, academic standing. And three, having formal learning. And what do I mean about formal learning? I mean anything where you sit down and you're getting taught something. So think about high school, college, online class, anything like that. And some of you guys might be asking yourself, okay, well, what does this doesn't affect us. You know, this is a survey, who cares? Well, I actually did a survey here in MCHS where I asked different questions about growth mindset. So I asked, do you think you have a growth mindset? Does growth mindset affect you? What's the effect of growth mindset? But I thought that two questions stood out the most. So one, how much do you struggle in school? And then two, do you get angry when receiving feedback? And so when you look at those two surveys up there, most people said a 3, a 4, or a 5, saying that they do struggle in school, that they do get angry when receiving feedback. So what can we conclude through these surveys? I actually found that there was a correlation between these two. Students who often did struggle in school had a harder time finding the positive light in different situations where it's hard, you know? And then students who did not struggle in school, they actually found it easier to find the positive light in different situations. And so the main factor of these two surveys, there's one key thing that I'm going to shine light in, and it's that we as students have a lot of the control on how we view ourselves. We have a lot of the control on how we view difficult situations and how we look forward. Because growth mindset is not only important in life, but it's very important when leadership skills. You have to be able to take those situations that are thrown at you and that you cannot control, and you have to be able to twist them into something that you can say, okay, I'll do better next time. So I want you guys leaving this room feeling more positive about yourself and also having the ability to take hold of what you want to do. Because how do you want to be looked at? How do you want your academics to be? How do you want to be involved in your community? And how are you going to take those different situations that are just thrown at you and that you cannot control, and how are you going to twist them into something more positive and something that you can control and say, I will do better next time, I can do better next time, I know myself and I will be better.
Alright, so based off of Angelina's data, I want to see like a show of hands. Who here has do you think you have a growth mindset? Show of hands. Okay, I like that. And be honest, who here thinks that they have a fixed mindset?
That's okay.
And that's okay because there's always, like we said, there's always room for improvement. Okay, thank you guys.
So I actually want to talk a little bit about my personal experience with Lasso because that is one of my personal connections I'm connecting this to. Because a lot of time Lasso puts a really good effort into trying to promote their events and trying their hardest to get people to come. But when that doesn't happen, it is very easy to say, okay, we're going to give up. Like, this is hard to do. How do we get students to come to our events? But I found that I have to look at it in a different situation where I have to say, okay, what can we do for the next time? Like, what do we need to do differently? Why are students not coming? And it's just one of my personal connections that I'm connected to fix, because if we as a group were to say, okay, we're giving up on this, we're not doing this anymore, then it would never be successful. So we as a group also have to say, well, how are we going to do better? How can we do this next time? What are we changing for the future?
Okay, so basically I used to have a really fixed mindset. Like middle school, even freshman year, it was really bad. I told myself I couldn't do anything ever. So ever since like taking leadership classes in my junior and senior year, like all of those, my growth mindset has really grown and it has helped me so much exceeding in school and getting better grades.
So to tie this all back up, this is our leadership nugget: good, better, best. Never let it rest until your good is better and your better is best. Thank you, guys.
First group, come on up. We got 4 minutes.
All right, what a great leadership nugget, love that. So we have about 4 minutes here and we are asking the audience, we're asking students here to ask a few follow-up questions to both of these groups, okay? So we're hoping for 2 or 3 questions here before the bell rings. All right, so at this time, let's go ahead, I need to see some hands up. Give me a question, a follow-up, maybe a shout-out, anything you have for these 2 groups.
Definitely, might not help at all, but just like start telling yourself like, okay, I didn't do good on this, but how can I push past this and how can I grow from here? Just basically just start like with small affirmation of yourself that you still can do this, because in that fixed mindset, you're like, well, I can't do this at all just forever. So just like, whoa, just start with small affirmations to yourself that you can do this and you can grow from what you learn.
What I do is I try to analyze the situation. I think it's very easy for me to like get caught up on myself, so I just look at the situation and try to like divide it, what went wrong, what went right, and I go from there.
Anyone else? Where would we be if we didn't join Leadership in Action?
Okay, so I would actually be in AP Bio right now. I also think that I would not have as many leadership skills or as positive of a mindset, and honestly, I would not have as many people skills in general as I do now.
For me, I feel like I wouldn't feel as connected with my underclassmen as we do, because on Fridays we go to our freshman Ames. So it's a really nice way to connect like all our different classes together, and yeah.
I would definitely have late arrival.
I don't think I would honestly be where I am right now. I was a lot like more quieter and stuff like that for this class, and this class really made me branch out, get to know more people, and like I get to know more of the freshmen more, and we really get to connect with them.
It definitely helped me connect with the lower classmen and give me more better like life skills, like communicating and like, yeah.
I agree with Emma on that one. I definitely wouldn't know the people that I know right now if I wasn't in leadership. Definitely got to know a lot more people, be way more open than I am.
Yeah, I agree. I've grown like so much since taking leadership classes this year and last year, and I definitely would not be where I am right now without these classes. Like, I've met so many new people and made connections with like the freshmen in Leadership in Action, and like I've just gained so many leadership skills.
Yeah, I agree. I connected a lot with my freshmen, and it's really nice just to be able to give them advice of like, what did I do in high school? Because a lot of them look up to you and they kind of just want to know like what they should be doing, and it's kind of nice to get to talk to someone about that.
All right, thank you guys for being such a great audience. The bell's gonna ring here really quickly. One more time, let's give a round of applause to these leadership students.
Good job. That was awesome. You guys did awesome.
Oh, you guys are the first team? You guys are the first team. You're the last team.
Guys, I'm going to collect the summit schedule document tomorrow. Make sure look for the other side gets it some takeaways, so just make sure you fill that in. In the back 3 rows.
Good morning, we're gonna get started in 30 seconds. If you do not have a paper, raise your hands.
Declan, guys, put phones away. Declan, he said no. We need our backpack spot. Hey, David, yeah, we have both registered. No, I can't want the other one's my brother. Big brother? Big brother. Big brother. Big brother. Big brother. Once again, we're going to this. Basically. Oh, it's crazy, man.
First off, good morning. How's everybody doing today? Okay, we want you guys to bring the energy today, the passion. What we have for you is we have our 3rd annual Leadership Summit, and this is basically the Super Bowl of Leadership in Action, and our students have worked hard for really the entirety of this semester to help prepare these presentations for you. And today you're going to hear about 2 great topics. The first topic is on small wins, and the second topic is on time management. Hopefully everyone has a handout. The expectation here is that all of our students are going to fill out this handout. So what you see here is what's called a leadership nugget. And that is the main quote or statement that our students will be presenting to you today about their topics. So when you see that leadership nugget, which they will clearly explain, you go ahead and write that down. Then we're also asking you guys to write down one takeaway that you have that hopefully will help you in your life moving forward. So you're going to do that for each presentation, and then you'll give that to your teacher at a different time, okay? Throughout the presentations, we're going to ask for volunteers. We are looking for several volunteers, so be ready to go for that. But again, here's the expectations. We are going to have our phones away. No AirPods, no earbuds. Please put your hoods down. Give our students the respect that they deserve. Pay attention, listen, and we'll have a little fun along the way, okay? Does that sound good to everybody? All right, please welcome to the stage our first group on small wins.
Is it on? Oh, how you guys doing today? Good. So obviously our slideshow's not up, but our topic is on small wins. So we're going to introduce ourselves, and then we'll kind of explain our topic and why we chose it. That one's also off.
So I'm Maddie. I'm involved in multiple things here with athletics, after-school clubs, things like National Honor Society, Spanish Honor Society, volleyball, stuff like that.
My name is Sam. I am involved in quite a lot here, not that much, but I'm involved in National Honor Society. I was on the cheer team. I was in Connections crew, and yeah.
My name is Maya. I also cheered all 4 years with Sam at McHenry, and currently in Leadership in Action, and also Distinguished Warrior.
I'm Kylan. I was in track, golf, MCHS, and Connections crew.
So we're going to start off with a little Ignite. It's going to be like a little skit. It's like in a classroom setting. So it's going to be in an AP Physics classroom setting, and we chose this class because, one, a lot of the seniors in here have already taken that class, a lot of juniors are in that class currently, and a lot of sophomores are planning on taking that class. So a lot of us can relate to this, and a lot of us can relate to these test scores that we're about to get. So, little setting the stage. Sam is a C's and B's student. She may not get the best grade, but she's always trying her best and always trying to get the most amount of grades possible and always working her hardest. Maya is just kind of in the middle. She's like an 80%, typically like A's and B's. She cares about her grades, but isn't like overly, she doesn't overly care about it. Then Kylan on the end is always wanting to get 100%. She never wants anything less than that. She cares about always having that perfect 100% A. So, with that, they just got a test back, and they all passed it back. So they just looked over their test scores. Some of them are really excited, some of them are really upset. So we go down the line and ask what they each got. Sam, what did you get?
I got a 60%. I'm really happy about that. This is the first test that I've ever passed in this class, so I'm really excited. I worked really hard. I studied all night. I did all the homework, so I'm really excited that I finally passed.
Maya, what did you get?
Well, I got an 88. I'm pretty proud of it. It's not good or bad, but something's wrong with my friend over here.
Kylan, what did you get?
Are you okay?
I don't want to talk about it.
What happened?
I don't want to talk about it.
Do you want me? Can I look at it, please? Kylan, you got a 98.
That's horrible. That's failing.
What's the?
That's failing.
No,
Yeah.
Kylan, that's an A.
I think you gave him the wrong test. No, I actually did. You actually got one wrong. You did? I think you wrote the wrong name on it. I think you wrote that name actually, so I think that's your own problem. This is wrong. I don't know what to tell you. That's what you got. You can come and correct it at a later date. Correct it? Yeah. This should say 100. Well, it doesn't. Well, I can see that. Well, that sucks.
Maddie, can I please excuse myself? There's a lot of tension going.
Yeah, no. You can scoot closer to Sam though. No. Okay, so this is kind of going along with small wins because in this case scenario, Sam has grown and has shown growth throughout this class because she said this is her first passing grade. Even though it's a 60% and a lot of us may think that like, oh, that's not a great score, like she could have done better, she's still improved. She's still improving that little progress each day, and that's what matters. That's what small wins is. Celebrating that little bit of progress each day and growing up and making it to that eventual goal of that eventual 100%. Even though she's not there right now, she's celebrating that small wins. Kylie, on the other hand, though, is being really negative and not celebrating her small wins, and that's what's causing her to not reach her potential goal. Because she is not celebrating the little progress each day, and that's what's causing her to have a negative growth mindset. Whereas Sam is getting that better score and that's celebrating the small wins. So this kind of goes into our leadership nugget, which is a little progress each day adds up to big results. Oh, never mind. I was wrong.
So we have questions for the audience. We also do have candy if that persuades you guys to answer. So our first question is, how do you react when you don't succeed at first, and what helps you bounce back? We'll do two people. Brody?
I just keep on trying.
Just keep on trying? That's good. I don't think Okay, can we get another one for our first questions? All the way up there in the green sweatshirt.
I like kind of reflect, like what I did wrong, and I just try harder.
Good answer. Okay, so for our second question is, what advice would you give to someone who keeps failing the same test or assignment? Over there. Good. Oh, sorry. That was a terrible throw. And then somebody, you're welcome. Anybody else? Right here. Keep trying. That's really important. I like that answer. And then our last question is, what is more important, getting a perfect score or showing growth, and why? In Lakota. Showing growth. Okay, anybody else? In the striped slip. It is. Showing growth is so much more important than getting a perfect score on a test.
Unlike Snickers.
Well, you're clearly wrong. Thank you.
Of course. How much first I should get?
So now kind of going into our leadership nugget after asking those questions is a little progress each day adds up to big results, as I already said. So this Ignite and like Sam was showing this little progress each day adds up to big results because she was showing that little bit of progress with each test score that she was getting, whether it was a 60% or just improving by a matter of 1%. That's still a little bit of progress that should be celebrated. Similarly, so how there's like okay. After high school, we're all probably going to go into either college, workforce, military, anything. So that, we need a little bit of progress each day in order to achieve that. We can't just walk into our freshman year and all of a sudden we're like, oh yeah, next day I'm going into college. That's not how that works, and we all know that. In order to get to that, we'll have to achieve that a little bit of progress each day, whether that's that A in biology in order to improve your cumulative GPA. That little bit of progress each day needs to be celebrated in order to achieve that bigger lifelong goal that we eventually all have.
All right, for our first round of testimonials, we did teachers. So we chose both Mr. John Bierbauer, who is our the head of our strength department, and then Mr. Ryan Ellison, who is one of our AP Physics 1 teachers. I don't see either of them in here, but obviously when you see them, just say hi. They're very familiar faces in our class, or school. So for our staff testimonials, obviously this is who we chose. We selected these individuals because they both represent a very diverse cross-section of our staff team, different roles, departments, and levels of experience. Both have very compelling stories that highlight small, meaningful achievements in driving personal growth, team roles, and overall success. Their willingness to share their authentic experiences helped really reinforce a culture where progress, no matter how incremental, is recognized and celebrated.
So for our student testimonials, we did 4 students, 1 from each grade. Most of them you might recognize. All of them range from athletes to just regular students. They all represent McHenry High School very well. For Addie, she said that she likes to celebrate people's small wins, even though it might not mean that much to her. It does mean that much to the other person, so she tries to be as excited or more excited than the person that comes up to her. For Trustin, to be a leader, he says that he likes to show people how far they've come, even though you might not notice it in the moment. You've come a far way, and you should celebrate it.
So for our next 2, we chose our juniors and seniors. So for our junior, we chose Caden, and then for our senior, we chose Lachlan. So we asked them, they were both good representations of athletic and academic success because they are constantly using small wins. So when we asked Lachlan about his small wins, he talked about he uses small wins when solving a difficult problem, and it makes him feel accomplished and motivates him to keep going. So by that, he's celebrating that little bit of progress he has just by completing a little problem, and then that's showing small wins. And then Caden talked about he uses small wins, force him to focus on the present and get over the barrier of doubt, also showing him how how small wins keep him motivated.
So for our connections, we kind of just made like a brief bullet point list on what we all thought. We kind of all did this together as a group, but we all kind of wanted to reflect on one as personal connections. So I would say one thing that always leads to a small win for me is just having that boost of motivation. I know especially us seniors right now, and even you guys my sophomores and juniors, sooner than later, depending on whatever you guys want to do after high school for your post-secondary decision, whether it's college, in my case, and I can speak for all of us, it's college, that really, all those small steps it took me to do any applications whatsoever were so beyond dreadful to me. Just the same repetitive questions, what grade I got in this class, where I live, all that other stuff, asking my parents way too many questions that, unfortunately, they yelled at me that I should know. But I think just my small win out of that was just being able to say hey, I submitted all these applications that I wanted to do. Now it's just that grace period of just waiting. And now my small win ended up turning into a big win because now I'm committed to a school. I'm going to Oklahoma State University. And I think just that small win of just getting all those applications in and finishing them properly just really ended up leading me to a bigger win. And I know a bunch of my other... Do you guys want to reflect on your connections?
Yeah, so for my connection, it's that it increases my confidence. So over this senior year, I have applied to lots of scholarships, some big and some small, and I didn't get many big ones. I only got ones that were worth $500, $1,000, which seems like a lot of money, but for college, it is not. But then I ended up getting a really big one that is worth up to $23,000, and it comes with classes that I take at college. So that was my small wins that went into my big win.
Mine actually has nothing to do with college. Mine actually has to do with my sport, golf. I've been trying for probably my entire career of golfing to reach my goal of golfing a 78. And every time I go into it, I'd always think of, okay, I have to shoot a 78. It's 18 holes, I need to do it. Instead of, now I try to break it down into smaller steps, one shot at a time, one hole at a time, to make it more manageable. So instead of going in and being hey, I want this number. Now it's, okay, what can I do for this shot?
And after a while of putting in all that work and trying to change my mindset and celebrate those little small wins, I ended up reaching my goal of shooting a 78.
So mine is with the athletic recruitment process. So I was going to talk about breaking down larger goals into smaller steps and boosting motivation. Because I started the college recruitment process in the beginning of my junior year for volleyball, and I kind of lost motivation throughout from like the end of junior year into beginning of senior year. So that caused me to not want to be recruited, and then by the middle of senior years when I decided to kind of break it down into smaller steps, and that eventually led to me being more motivated, not only playing during my club season, but also made me more motivated to actually get recruited, and now I'm recruited for Lake Forest College volleyball.
All right, so now we're going to go into our key takeaways and what we want you guys to get out of our presentation today. So our first one is that we are supposed to live in the moment. So small wins can easily go unnoticed if you're always focused on the next big thing. By living in the moment, you become more aware of the progress you're making, even if it's the small steps and not the big ones that you want to see. And then our next one is having a more positive mindset. A positive mindset helps you see the small wins as a sign of growth rather than just the stepping stones that get you there. Instead of downplaying them, you recognize the value, which then ends up building your enthusiasm and your motivation. And then our third one is to embrace the small victories. Every small win is progress, even if it's minor, whether it's passing a test, coming to school on a hard day, making it throughout the week, making it throughout the month, whatever it is that your small win is. And just acknowledging these moments helps build momentum. And then learning from your mistakes. Progress isn't always a straight path. Mistakes happen to every person, and that's okay. And it may not be a part of your plan, but it's a part of life. And then just from learning those mistakes, they become part of your success story. And then just to connect it back to our nugget, a little progress each day adds up to big results. This nugget reminds us that it isn't always about the leaps, it's about the consistency in your life. So yeah, that's it.
All right. What a great topic on small wins. One more time, clap it up for this group. Couple of things, quick reminder for our audience, you guys are doing a great job presenting. I appreciate that. I love the passion that you have. Please do us a favor and make sure all our phones are away so we can give the seniors the respect that they deserve. Our second group today is on another important topic, one that I personally am working on myself, and this topic is on time management. Again, let's clap it up for this group.
Microphone or no? Microphone? Okay, so let's set the stage first. We got a classroom right here. These are the students. I'll be the teacher. And first, we're going to take attendance. Well, first, let's start off. How's everyone feeling? Good. Good? Class? Yeah. Good? All right. Let's start with attendance. Adam. Here. Erwin. Donovan? Here. Oh, I'm here. David. David? Where's David? Oh. Maybe he's really not here. All right, well, let's get into our Ignite. Why did we take leadership in action?
Well, so I had a super cool AIM leader when I was a freshman, and they had a really positive impact on my time in high school to really help set the stage. So I wanted to do that, maybe help out some freshmen
I took Leo for the experience and just the mindset it says how to be a leader, and just like the leadership roles it brings with.
Oh, wait, hold on. Is that David?
Let's do the side of the show. That's what the cat dragged in.
Alright, David, where were you?
I'm sorry, I slept in.
I mean, good time for that. We're talking about time management. I mean, no better time than the present, right? David, but that doesn't just affect our presentation, you know, it affects the teachers having to go out in the hall and get you. It affects I don't even know, the audience, yeah. The audience now, because it's go time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's alright.
Don't happen again.
Alright, let's keep going with why we took leadership.
This is on. Alright, so one reason why I took leadership is, freshman year when we were at the freshman campus, I thought my leader was a great role model, and I just wanted to be, a role model to all these other younger kids and just try and lead the way.
I took this class so I could become a better leader.
Alright, nice. Okay. Now we're going to break into our nuggets. Alright.
So nugget is I must govern the time, not be governed by it. In leadership, time is not just a clock, it is a compass. To govern time is to lead with intention, to navigate rather than water it, and to make sure every spent hour contributes to something larger than the moment.
Alright, now I'm going to talk about why this is important to us, but not just us as people in leadership, but to you guys, normal people who aren't leaders. Maybe you're not to say like a follower, but someone who tends to follow in the back of the class. So time management, but it doesn't only help you mentally, it helps you with any sort of layouts you need. So like, for example, when you have a class, you're going to put all your homework for that class in the left side of your folder, and then all the homework for your math class, you're going to put it in the right side of your folder. It just helps you get a better layout, helps you know where to look, how to be more time efficient, allows you to, know exactly where to look instead of looking at other spots and wasting time. But time management time management also allows you to keep school things at school and at home things at home. So like, for example, your homework, you're going to want to get all your homework done at school instead of going home, doing all your homework. So you're going to try and knock that out because you want to use all your full potential wherever you are. So when you go home, maybe you have work or something, you're going to want to have a clear mind, you're going to want to go to work and focus on work, or maybe a sport, you want a clear mind and just focus on baseball or something. And then time management also allows you to take control of your day. Going back to what Adam said, our nugget, I must govern the time and not be governed by it. So when you manage your time, you can prioritize what truly matters. You can reduce stress and anxiety and avoid any last minute things you have been procrastinating. Alright, next we got some skills for time management and what we can use. What can help the audience and just everybody. I'll start it off. I got organization. So up there it says, for an example, you can have an agenda, cleaning workspace, and materials. But I'd like to start off with show of hands. How many of you actually have an agenda? I see you up there. How many of you actually use it? Okay. And you take it out at home, you write whatever you wrote down, you do the homework. But even if you don't always finish everything, you're already ahead of all of your other classmates who don't even have one. And personally, I find my agenda so useful because it helps me with my deadlines, it helps me keep track of my homework, when it needs to be done and when it needs to be done by. It also gives me peace of mind, allowing me to focus on the rest of my evening without stress. It's something that just happened today, but took place yesterday. I knew I had to drive my dad to the airport this morning at 4 a.m., so I took I don't know what I'm saying. I told myself I need to have my clothes set out, I need to have my toothbrush ready, I need to have everything ready so I can just manage my time better. So I laid out my clothes before I went to work last night, and then when I got back from work, brushed my teeth, went to bed, woke up at 4 a.m., clothes were already out, got ready, and then left. And I'm here now, so it's one way of being organized.
All right, for
self-discipline. It's really important to have self-discipline if you want to be good at time management. I mean, getting your work done early, like immediately. You get a piece of homework, do it if they give you time in class, because that way you have more time and leniency to do something you actually want to do, like play video games or hang out with friends.
All right, so for adaptability, one really important skill, it's, I feel like I use that skill all the time during baseball because, I mean, everything isn't going your way all the time. You're just going to have to adapt to it. Like, for a good example would be like, all right, I go strike out. All right, next AB, you know, I gotta push that last strikeout past me, and I'm going to have to adapt to my next AB. All right, and then, yeah, I'm going to have to work around it, and then I'm going to have to find a way to just push behind me and push forward that.
For goal setting, the examples up there are set clear, achievable goals for each day, week, or month to stay motivated. Some examples I use, or like ways I add this to my life, is like homework-wise, like I study for this test coming up like within this week, and that ultimately adds up. Like your test grades go to your grade, to your GPA, and monthly you could add that monthly by like just sort your GPA, boosting it up with the test grade or something like that, and yeah.
Alright, prioritization. That's pretty much like focusing on like stuff that you need to do. So in my life, I use that by focusing on school and like work and stuff before I do anything else, like play video games or like hang out with friends.
And in this testimonial, I'm asking Mr. Coach Bierbauer questions about time management and how he applies it to his life.
Hey, having fun.
So, I was wondering if you could give us our
Happy to do it.
How do you apply time management to your life?
Well, time management, you know, I've got 4 kids, and I've got a job here, and several things I do and part of, so you have to have it. Some of the ways I think about time management is with all 3 boys playing baseball and Gina being a teacher and coach, I'm a teacher and coach, we have to usually either a Saturday or Sunday, at some point we got to like take stock and kind of do a calendar meeting. And so we're always having to look ahead at like the next week or the following week just to make sure we are accounting for everything coming up. So I think that's really important. So time management, a big part of it is looking ahead and really making sure that you have thought through how you're going to accomplish your tasks. So that's important for us, like to know if you got this, I'm going to be at the school late that night, or I need to go pick this athlete, you know, this son up at this practice, and we've got this going on. So for me, I've always felt like if I can plan, if I'm always a week ahead in my planning, and then looking ahead 2 weeks, it just helps me so much with my management of my time. Because without it, you're just like in this constant reacting to everything. Where you can be a little bit more proactive, and if you have a plan, that sure helps with your stress and your organization. Because something's always going to come up. There's always something unexpected, a student needs you, something's going on, and so if you're at least always working ahead, if something drops on your plate immediately, it doesn't throw you off. To me, well, I just think it gives me a little bit better sense of calm and control throughout the day. If you know, there's an old saying, if you can either you can either manage your task or you can let the task manage you, right? And so if you have good time management, and I'm managing my time, meaning like I'm in charge of how I spend my time, versus letting just these tasks just control me. That's really important. The same thing with your money or these kind of things. You know, you want to realize your time is a valuable asset, probably the most important one you have. So can you maximize those minutes to get the biggest benefit? And I don't know how you do that if you don't plan. So those are my thoughts.
What Coach Bierbauer said was, I can manage
Alright, so when interviewing Coach Rock, he shared that he applies time management to his coaching by always having the season mapped out. This way, he can make sure to cover everything needed before competition, and it allows the team to stay on task and organized. Applying time management to practices allows us to be efficient and keeps practice short. He thinks time management is important in coaching because it helps him stay on task and allows him to focus on what's important each and every day. Okay, and then with Miss Jensen, she said in her interview that she uses a planner to write all her tasks down, and she likes to be able to mark things down off on her checklist once she accomplishes it, and she says it helps prioritize them from the most important to least important. And then time management is important to Miss Jensen because it prevents her from getting stressed out over all her tasks that she needs to complete. Also being able to prioritize certain things, and it makes it easier.
Alright, so now we're gonna play a game. I'm gonna need 2 people from the audience. Alright, so Jack and Nolan, come on up. Alright, so there's gonna be 3 different scenarios, and you have 3 options for each of them. So choose from. Alright, so the first one is you have a giant test to study for, and your grade really depends on it, but the new Fortnite season just dropped, and you really want to play it. Only play the new season of Fortnite, study for the test, or study for the test and play Fortnite.
I'm gonna have to go with C. I'm going with C too.
Alright, so the result is this can work in your favor or against your favor because it could give you Fortnite your undivided attention and you won't be able to fully focus on your test. That's worth 1 point. Alright, so the next question is, you are hanging out with your friends, but you remember you have to take the chicken out of the freezer before your parents get home. So do you continue hanging out with your friend, go home and take out the chicken, or hang out with friends and take the chicken out right before your parents get home?
I'll go with A.
Well, since I don't really like chicken, so I'm gonna have to go with A too.
Alright, so the result is the chicken gets thawed in time and your family gets to enjoy the chicken. That's worth 0 points. Alright, so the last question is, you are babysitting, but your friend says they want to hang out. Alright. Do you leave the kid and hang out with them? Don't hang out and tell them to hang out at a different time, or tell them to come over?
I'm gonna go with number 3.
3.
Alright. So the kid tells their parents and you get in trouble. That's worth 1 point. Alright, thank you guys for playing.
Not just help you as a student, but as a person. Our hope is that the presentation serves as a starting point for you
management. We got about 4 minutes remaining here, and we are looking for probably 2 student questions. And this is an opportunity for you guys to ask a follow-up question. Maybe it's about the presentation, maybe it's about leadership in action, whatever it might be, okay? So, stick with me here, and I'm looking for our first volunteer. Let's get those hands up.
Man, really loud, really loud. Yeah, all right. What do I get, Joe? For time management. What if I don't like Fortnite?
Wait, repeat that?
What are all the games that you can study and play the game?
I mean, I feel like everyone has something they like to do and distracts them, like something that pleases them. So if that's not Fortnite for you, then it's probably something else. So.
Hands up.
I feel like you should go big all the time. I don't know. I feel like if you get 100%, if you can reach it, go for it.
Yeah, I think just being able to just say that you've like succeeded something super big is just more of an accomplishment than just saying like, oh, I was close and stuff like that.
I feel like with Go Big or Go Home, you have those smaller steps that get you to your big point. Whether it's anything, getting a good grade on a test, obviously you have to get those good grades on the quizzes and all that stuff.
I think Go Big or Go Home should be taken out of respect of how big it is. Like if it's like really big, kind of going back to my original example of like college, you can't just achieve that like right away. So that, like, you can't go big for there, but like do as much as you can and celebrate it.
So that goes into like making a schedule with being organized. I mean, you're gonna have a set shift already. I'm sure they're not gonna like keep you there for an unknown amount of time. So if you could work that into your schedule, then that'd be good.
All right, thank you guys.
I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it.
Have some self-discipline.
Hey, I'll have self-discipline. Buddy, stop touching my head. That's not weird. That's horrible. You want to get this here? We'll see you. Lecture yesterday, Monday we worked on our paper. So make sure you work on your paper.
Hello? Hello?
Hi.
My class, I'm going to read the first three rows. Students, if we can try to move as close to the stage as possible. Move as close to the stage as possible.
Hi, Coach Brian. Welcome in.
morning.
Hi kids, over here. Mr. Third class, right down here, right in front. Come on, son, let's go. It's right here. Right on here. My kids. Hey, my class right here. Right here. Right here, right here, right here. Front center. Now, front center. My class right here. Mr. Stern's class right here. How far back do you want to go? Make sure you stop at Crystal Lake. Sit down, please. Walk up the stairs.
All right, please come on in. We're gonna get started in 30 seconds. My class, right down front center. Mr. Sturger's class, right in the front and center.
Hey, Billy. So, are you having a great day, Billy? That's nice.
All right, students, raise your hand if you do not have a handout. If you do not have a handout. good morning. How's everybody doing? Oh, that is not enough energy. Good morning. How's everyone doing? There we go. Welcome to the 3rd Annual Leadership Summit. Our leadership students today have 2 amazing presentations for you guys on 2 important topics. Our topics today is about attitude and building relationships. And our goal is that you guys take away 1 or 2 ideas that's going to help you improve your life moving forward. So you all have a handout, correct? Our expectation is that you guys fill out that handout as we go through these presentations. Each presentation will contain what we call a leadership nugget. They will clearly explain that leadership nugget and you will write that down. Then you will also have 1 takeaway that you come up with based on what you hear from each group. It's really important that our audience is very respectful to our students. Like we said, this is something we've worked really hard on over the course of the semester, and we just ask for your attention. We ask that there is absolutely no phones that are out, earbuds, AirPods, just put them away. Just take 45 minutes, relax, and enjoy 2 good presentations. We are also asking for volunteers. Are you guys ready to volunteer? Yeah. All right, so we need questions, we need participants, we're going to be active, and we're going to be ready to go. All right? Everyone excited? You ready? All right, I want you to welcome up our first group today on attitude. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Okay, so like Mr. Sterner said, our topic is attitude.
I'm Maddie. I'm a senior here at McHenry. I played soccer. I'm part of MCHS, and yeah.
I'm Lauren. I do track and NHS and Key Club.
I'm Callie, and I'm in Leadership in Action.
Hi, I'm Avery. This year I was in Key Club, flag football, basketball, and track.
I'm Addison, and I'm in NHS and Key Club. And I'm Ella Jenkins. I was part of the volleyball program in NHS.
Okay, here's like a little table of contents of our slideshow. Starting on slide 6, we're going to put our leadership nugget, and then we will be doing our ignite, our question, and then starting with teacher testimonials, and then we'll have student testimonials, and then what we want you guys to take away, and then personal connections that we have with our topic.
So our leadership nugget is attitude is the foundation on which your leadership is built.
And then an explanation of it is your attitude determines who you are as a person and it identifies how you approach situations in life. And then another quote we found is leadership is not just skills or knowledge, but is deeply rooted in the way you think and behave.
So now we need 12 volunteers from the crowd. We're going to have 2 teams of 6.
Raise your hand.
Me.
Okay, you can come up. You can come up. We need 12 people, so if you raise your hand, just walk down here.
Okay, 10 more people.
I'm looking from the crowd first, and then I'll go to our leadership and action students if we don't get anybody. If you raise your hand, just walk down.
Oh, you can.
We need more people. Come on, guys.
Okay,
You guys
so
can just
6 people stand on this side, and then 6 stand on this side.
You stay here. We still need some more people. Amari, Jameson, Cody. No? Okay.
Wait, you guys come to this side.
introduce themselves. So just say your name and your grade.
I'm Alexis, I'm a junior.
I'm Ashley, I'm also a junior.
My name's Amari and I'm a senior.
I'm Jameson, I'm a senior.
I'm Abby, I'm a sophomore.
I'm Chase, I'm a junior.
I'm Miley, I'm a sophomore. I'm Caitlin, I'm a sophomore.
I'm Gavin, I'm a sophomore.
I'm Anton, and I'm a junior.
I'm Ryan, and I'm a sophomore. I'm Oliver, and I'm a junior.
Okay, so these two groups are gonna try to make a human pyramid as fast as they can. So
I'll say go, and then, wait, are you guys ready?
do you have your strategies?
I'll say go, and you guys are gonna compete to see who can make the pyramid the fastest. So it'll be 3, 2, and then 1 on top. Okay, ready, set, go.
Go! Oh God, they're fighting over here. Okay, group 1. Oh God. Group 1 has 3 people. Oh God, guys, come on. Okay, group 1 is almost done. Oh God, this group's gonna win. Oh, group 1. Group 1. And they're still fighting over here.
So if you notice the difference, group 1 got their pyramid built a lot faster than group 2.
The group over here was fighting, they were arguing, they were screaming at each other the whole time, and they had a negative attitude towards it, and they obviously didn't get very far. So now we're gonna do it again and actually race to see who can get it built the fastest.
With both groups showing a good attitude.
All right, ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Wasn't very successful. Okay, and then we asked 4 people to do our testimonial, and we sent them the quote, "Leadership is not just skills or knowledge, but it's deeply rooted in the way you think and behave." And then we asked them the question, what do you think this quote means and how does it affect you as a person? Okay, and then our first one was Bierbauer, and then what I took from what Bierbauer said was that great leadership starts with your beliefs and values, which guide your thinking and drive your actions, shaping how you lead and create. One takeaway I took from this is when he says heart, head, hands. It starts at the heart level, then drives our thinking and impacts our actions.
And then this is from one of our own leadership and action students, Jameson. Say hi. So he answered this question. He said, "What this quote means to me is that thinking like a leader doesn't make you a leader. Knowing how to be a leader is only one half of the puzzle, but you need to actually walk the walk of being a leader. That means proving it by your action, showing that you practice what you preach, instead of just saying nonsense with no evidence to back it up."
All right, and then our second teacher was Miss Jensen, and what Miss Jensen is saying is that actions are a more important indicator of leadership than words. One takeaway I took from this is actions speak louder than words. A good leader leads by example and helps others succeed instead of just caring about their own position.
And then this other testimony is from Grace Hunt. She's right over there. And Grace is saying that leadership is more than a role. It's a way of life. It means living by core values like communication, compassion, honesty, determination, and hard work every day. These values shape how she leads others and how she lives personally. She grows as a leader not just by learning new skills, but by embracing life lessons and applying them to improve herself. True leadership is about consistency, living your values, and making a meaningful, positive impact.
So as a group, we connected this topic because being high schoolers and all that we were involved in, we are always coming across challenges and things we don't want to do. The only way to push through these hardships is to have a strong attitude, going in with a positive mindset. as a leader, having this outlook on life is the best way to be successful. And kind of going back to the Ignite, they didn't really want, that's not really something they want to do, to build the pyramid in front of everyone, but it just showed having the better attitude about it gave you a better result.
And then my personal connection was during sophomore year, I took dual credit chem, and it was so hard. And just having a better attitude second semester towards it, improved my grade by a whole letter grade. So that's just one personal story that I have towards having a better attitude towards something.
My personal connection to attitude and leadership is in group projects at school, because I find that a lot of the time I'm kind of like the leader in the group, making sure everything gets done. And I think it's important to have a positive attitude when in this role, because it can help motivate everyone else in the group and just help with the project a lot. And when I'm in a group and there's a leader that has a more negative attitude, it brings down everyone else's attitude and can make it more difficult to do well on the project.
And then my personal connection is attitude when it comes to sports. So I play volleyball, and attitude pretty much shapes the way that I play and connect with my team. I learned that even if my skills aren't perfect, a positive and determined attitude can completely change the outcome of the game. I've also seen how a bad attitude, even from a single person, can bring the whole entire team down. That taught me my mindset doesn't just affect me, it affects everybody around you.
And then our leadership nugget again is attitude is the foundation on which your leadership is built. And our main takeaway that we want you guys to take away is that leadership is the key concept, or attitude is a key concept of leadership and how people portray you. Based off your personal attitude will determine how effective your leadership is and how having a positive attitude can inspire others and motivate them. That's it. Thank you, guys.
All right, one more time, give it up for our group on attitude. All right, audience members, the next group here is on a very important topic. This is one that we can all relate to, and this is on building relationships. Let's clap it up for this group.
Okay, so for our summit, we picked building relationships, and we're really excited to talk to you guys about it because this is something you will need and have to use all throughout high school and life. You're always gonna have to make connections with people you work with or go to school with or do sports with. So yeah, so they're just setting up our game right now, and then we're gonna go into that a little later.
Hi guys, I'm Taylor Spellman.
I'm Riley Stone.
I'm Avery Connolly.
I'm Kenzie Haynes.
I'm William Deineke.
And then we're gonna do a personal connection to building relationships. And for me, I moved here the summer before my freshman year, and I've always had to make new connections and build relationships. And I did this through communicating with others and just introducing myself and trying to not be nervous.
For me, I've been involved with cheer almost my whole life, and in cheerleading you have to have those relationships because you have to put all your trust into your teammates because it's not just an individual sport, it's a group sport, and if you don't have those relationships with your teammates, it won't work.
Similar to Kenzie, I've also been in cheer all throughout high school, and building relationships is important to create bonds with your underclassmen and have a good team environment.
We're going to be doing our Ignite, so we have a blinded obstacle course with random objects on the ground. We need 4 volunteers, 2 people will be blindfolded, and they need 1 person guiding them throughout the obstacle course.
And then the crowd, you guys are going to be telling them different directions, telling them where to not go. But the person that's blindfolded needs to listen to the person behind them, communicate, listen, so they can get through the obstacle course completely. So we need 4 volunteers. Those two. When the kid arrived, you can go. When the crowd has to participate too, you guys have to tell them where to not go and get them to touch the bombs on the floor. It's a race, by the way.
The crowd, you guys have to distract them. Tell them the wrong things because they have to focus on listening to their person. We're gonna introduce our volunteers. I'm a sophomore. I'm summer, I'm a sophomore.
My name is Gavin, and I'm a sophomore.
I'm Rachel and I'm a sophomore. Are you guys ready? You ready to listen to them? Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Thank you guys for volunteering. You guys can go have a seat. Okay, so why we did this Ignite is we chose to do this because it connects to building relationships by showing that communication and listening are key aspects in building strong and trustworthy bonds. If there's no communication, there's no listening to each other, which leads to failure of making each other feel valued and risk of not building strong bonds. And then here's our nugget. Great leaders are people who value the principles of building relationships by listening, communicating, and making others around them feel valued. While you guys are writing this down, I'm going to go to our connection to our Ignite. So when people prioritize listening, they understand each other's needs and concerns, leading to better decision making and stronger trust within the relationship. Communication ensures that both people understand each other's needs, perspectives, and concerns, which helps with conflicts. Listening demonstrates respect for other people's feelings. When people feel heard, they are more likely to reciprocate. Also, people who feel valued are more likely to invest in the relationship, leading to deeper connections, mutual respect, and stronger bonds. All these things combined will create a positive feedback loop.
Okay, and then we did one teacher and one student testimonial. I interviewed Mr. Nemec and Riley interviewed Gia. So for Mr. Nemec, I asked him a question about each part of our nugget and then also a question about trust. First, for communication, he basically talked about how communicating through tough times is important regardless of how uncomfortable or awkward it may be, so you can continue to build your relationships. And then for trust, he talked a little bit about football and having someone 6 or having their back and how that's the foundation for having a better relationship. Then we asked him about making others feel valued, and he said making others feel valued is a two-way street. So you as a leader have to make someone feel valued, but they should also value you too. And then we asked him about listening, and listening isn't just hearing someone, but listening to what they say, taking it in, and applying it to your leadership.
Okay, and then I asked her, why are making connections and making others feel valued important? And she said, when creating more connections with people, you become more open-minded and aware, which helps you understand one another. And then I also asked her, do you think communication is a key attribute a leader should have? And she said, communication is a very important attribute a leader should have. And she said, so you can talk and engage in meaningful conversation with others and build a strong connection. Okay, and then we sent out a survey and 40 people from MCHS responded, and we asked them questions about building relationships. The first question on the survey was, how difficult is it for you to build relationships at school? And 45.7% responded with somewhat easy. And then we asked them, do you feel that people listen to you and that your voice is heard at school with the relationships you have? And also 45.7% responded with neutral. And then the second half of the survey, we asked, how easy is it for you to communicate within your relationships? 54.3% responded somewhat easy. And then we asked, how often do you feel valued or recognized by people? And again, 54.3% responded often. Based on the results of our data, we can conclude that most people who feel valued, easy like communication and feel heard, find it easiest to build relationships in our school. And then we're gonna break down our nugget, each part of our nugget. So the first part of it was listening, and I'm kind of gonna touch on like listening versus hearing because there is a distinction between the two. What I wanted to focus on was talking over the phone versus having a face-to-face conversation. Those are so different because texting or calling leaves out body language that's necessary for understanding the context. And like texting misinterpretations, I'm sure we've all gotten the text like K or okay, and we've misinterpreted it like they could be mad at you, but you never know. So it's so different like than having a face-to-face conversation, and you need that body language to interpret their message. And then asking questions is very important. Listening and genuinely understanding the other person by asking questions and providing feedback demonstrates interest and commitment to the conversation, which is super important to building relationships. And then actively listening, being fully engaged and focused on understanding not only the message, but also the emotions and the perspective leads to an open mind, and the other person will trust you more if you can put yourself in their shoes and understand their perspective. And then our mini nugget for this part is hearing and listening have nothing to do with our ears. The distinction between hearing and listening revolves entirely around one thing, and that's attention.
Then I'm going to be explaining communication a little bit more. First, we're going to start with the bullet points. Be clear and concise. As a leader, it's important that you're clear with what shared goals you want to communicate to the people that you're leading so that you can all have like a direct path to your common goal. And then be compassionate. Think about, like, put yourself in other people's shoes when you're talking to them and take that in mind by what you tell them. Then be present. When you're talking to others, always, like Kenzie said, you should listen to them, not just hear them, and be in the moment. And then the little pyramid up there, we can see that trust is at the bottom before communication, kind of like Mr. Nemec was talking about. You have to have that foundational trust within each other and then communicate through your problem solving and your collaboration. And then my mini nugget is we are stronger when we listen and smarter when we share.
Alright, so for my side, I have making others feel valued, and I want to do this mini activity with you guys. So I want you to turn to the neighbor next to you, and I want you to compliment them. It could be about anything, what they're wearing, their personality. So I bet those compliments felt nice. So now I want to go into how you can make others feel valued and why it's important.
So how you can do this is through active listening, and you can do this by paying attention, being engaged, showing that you care, and you don't want to just listen to respond. You actually want to be in the moment, and like Kenzie said, read their body language. And then another way is showing appreciation. You can do this by expressing gratitude for like other people's efforts and participation, and then also like what you guys just did by complimenting one another. And then also making an effort, so like taking time to talk and connect with someone, like even just going in the hall throughout school and you see someone like you don't really ever talk to, just say hi and like make their day. And then for why I put making others feel valued is part of building a strong relationship and effective leadership. When people feel important and appreciated, it boosts their self-esteem, which helps foster respect, collaboration, and a good bond when building a strong and successful relationship. And then for my mini nugget, I put be somebody who makes everybody feel like a somebody.
Okay, so we're at the end. Well, I'm going to finish this off. I want all of you to flip over your paper really fast. Okay, so now you don't know what you've ran so far, but I want one of you to just try to restate the nugget for me. Can I get a volunteer, please? I tried. Where? Milo.
About building trust and relationships.
That was the overview. Okay, wait, where? Okay, you. Good. So the whole point of that was to try to build that first connection that we made. The hearing versus listening. You need to be able to listen to us because we are trying to give you information. We're trying to build that connection with you to be able to have that bond. That goes with everything else. All 3 points all go together, have that big relationship together. And what? Okay. Oh my god. Sorry, I just ran the pace here right before this. Okay. By listening to people and hearing them, you also make them feel valued. And by making that... Okay, I'm just going to move over. I'm sorry. Okay. That's not... Okay, I'm just going to connect this to leadership really fast then. For leaders, you need to be able to make connections to everyone else you are working with. So, if I'm going to be a leader to people, I'm going to need to be able to make connections with them. A very good example of this happened recently to me. I did not have a partner or a group at all for Leadership Summit, but these 4 people right here all brought me in, made that bond with me to be able to even come up with ideas. They all came together and made this bond to make me feel valued. They listened to my points, my ideas, and I did the exact same to them. That is that.
So, we have a few minutes remaining in class, and this is your opportunity to ask follow-up questions to both of our groups. So we're looking at questions you might have had about their topics of attitude and building relationships. Maybe you have a question about leadership and action, whatever that might be. But we are looking probably for 3 or 4 great student questions in regards to the topics you just heard, okay? One last thing. They were talking about building relationships, and I wanted to hit on this. Guys, a challenge for each and every single person in this room. If you think something good, say it. You have no idea the impact that one little word of encouragement can make on another person. And if you're anything like me, sometimes I'll think something positive, I won't say it, and I'll regret not telling them later on. So you just never know. That one word of encouragement can make a huge difference in their lives, and that's something that I would love to have every single person in the room do this today or later on this week, okay? So at this time, hands up, let's get those questions. Let's see.
We can't hear you. For leadership in action, there's not a step you have to take. Like, there's not a certain class you have to take before it. But as a junior, you'll talk to the leadership in action teachers, and then you'll do a few activities to shadow to see if you like leadership in action. Okay, we're going to talk about why we joined Leadership in Action. I personally chose Leadership in Action for my schedule this year, just because I know that they had like a strong bond and good connections with each other.
I chose Leadership in Action because I saw my Leadership in Action teacher when I was a freshman, and I really enjoyed like what he did. So like when I found out about this class, I was very excited to be a role model just like he did for our class.
Basically just what Avery just said. I had a really good leader my freshman year, and he was very like involved with us, and I thought he was a lot of fun. So growing up, like throughout the years, I knew that I wanted to do exactly what he did.
I took this class to kind of get me out of my comfort zone because I'm normally like quieter and stuff, and I knew I'd have to like talk and interact with people.
I kind of did also because I really liked my AIM leader freshman year, and it just, I don't know, everyone else had known it. It looked really fun, so I wanted to do it too.
I took this class to have a better relationship with the underclassmen for cheer, and also to have a better mindset for other parts of my life.
I took this class because my brother was in it last year, and he would come home and like tell us about like how much fun it was and seeing the freshmen, and yeah. At first I wanted to take this class because my little sister is a freshman, so I wanted to be able to experience that with her. But now I realize that this class has just overall made me a better leader and like gotten me more out of my comfort zone with like presenting and just making connections with other people.
I wanted to build more relationships and get out of my comfort zone. I was really bad at public speaking, and I also wanted to be that role model for the freshmen.
And then I took this class because I also really enjoyed my leader my freshman year, as well as I just thought it would help me grow as a person in every aspect, maybe if it goes for school or volleyball or building relationships.
And I joined this class for the strict reason that I want to actually get involved in my school. My freshman, sophomore, and junior year, I didn't really do that. In my senior year, I want to try and make that impact.
One moment I knew I was valued was when me and Avery were chosen to be the leaders for the adjusted learners over at freshman campus, and like we built strong connections with them, and like they are so excited to see us overcome.
I felt valued when me and Riley, when we first started going, we built really good connections with a few of the certain girls in our class, and they like are so excited to see us every Friday, and yeah.
I felt valued when there was a student in my AIM. She didn't really connect with a lot of people, but I was able to get her to like open up to me.
I felt valued when there's one of the girls in our AIM, like watching a few of them, like they'll say hi to us outside of the class, like when we see them at like football games or at other sports things, they say hi to us and talk to us, and like we say hi to them in the hallway, which like is cool because it's outside of the classroom
One moment I felt very valued is when I just go walk around the town and enjoy the environment and people just come up to just say hi to me.
Okay, a moment I felt valued was senior night for cheer, and it was just very sentimental because like you take a step back and you look around at all the people that love you and value you, and it's like really sentimental.
A moment when I felt valued was when the freshmen in my AIM, they started coming to me about like the personal lives and personal things.
Awesome. Time for a couple more questions. Go ahead, Jim.
I would have to say like live in the moment, because I'm the type of person to stress about like upcoming assignments and just like try to get all my work done beforehand. And like, yeah, that's a good like quality to have, but also like I don't like live in the moment and like enjoy what's happening now. Like I always just rush to the next thing.
Something I'll take away is like everyone is in the same position as you or has been in the same position as you at some point. So like I was really nervous to go compete at this engineering competition, but then I realized that other people like have been nervous too, or like maybe know less than me or know more than me, but at some point they were in the same position as me.
One thing I'm gonna take away is talk to people you don't think you'd normally talk to, like leadership in action. Like I think we all have a pretty tight knit and like we're pretty connected with each other. And like honestly, I probably wouldn't have talked to any of these people if we all didn't have a class together.
One takeaway I took away was that everyone makes mistakes and it's okay to make mistakes.
I'd say just be more open and do things that you normally wouldn't, because at the end of the day, like time flies and you're gonna regret not doing things that you should have done.
Mine's kind of similar. I was just going to say take every opportunity that's given to you. I would just say like don't stress too much over the small things. Like if it's not going to matter in the big picture in a year, then don't spend too much time on it because like you're just stressing yourself out for no reason.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing as Lauren. Whatever you're stressing out about right now probably won't matter in 5 years, so just don't spend your like high school years stressing out about anything because you just have to enjoy it.
Mine is like valuing your like friendships and your relationships right now in high school.
The one thing I would say is to try everything. At least once, try different classes, be experimental.
All right, one more time, give them a round of applause, please. Thank you to the audience members, you did a great job. We hope you have a great rest of your day.
a day to think about it? No way. You've been here for a year. I'm not gonna brew it. Sound good? We'll talk tomorrow. Cool, thanks.
Hello.
Off to the front row, please. Front row.
Everyone walking in, please fill up the front rows. I just wanted to see it.
Students, welcome. We are so glad you're here. How's everyone doing today? All right, let's try this from this side. How's everybody doing? Good. As you can see, we have a little bit less of a crowd here today just due to the lunch hours. So we're looking for everyone to participate. But if you've not been down here yet, this is the 3rd annual Leadership Summit. And Leadership in Action has been working on their presentations for the summit throughout the duration of the semester. And we just ask that you guys are passionate, that you're positive, that you volunteer, and that you learn something. And you take something away from these presentations that will impact you and your life moving forward. So you're going to hear 2 great talks. The first one, the 2 talks are about topics that you'll see later on. And what we're asking you to do, you guys have your handout? Yeah, you guys all have a handout? Yep. In your handout, the expectation is that you guys fill that out during the presentations. Each group will have a leadership nugget that you will write down. That's basically their main quote or their main statement based on their presentation. And then you'll also have a takeaway that you will write down from what you learned from each presentation. And your takeaway is all going to be different. It's what stands out the most to you. Okay? During our presentation, there are no phones. Phones are not out. AirPods, earbuds away. We just ask that you guys listen, give the seniors the respect that they deserve, and like I said, learn something that's going to help you in your life. Okay? You guys ready to go? Are we excited? Yeah! All right, let's welcome to the stage our first group. Let's top it up.
Alright, good morning guys. How are y'all doing? Good. Alright. Trust with leadership is our project. Alright, I'm Kyle Bill. I'm Ruben Gonzalez. I'm Cody Camp.
I'm Julio.
We're just going to be talking about why we took this class and kind of what we're involved in. I took this class because my senior leader. My freshman year, she was really cool and she really inspired me to take this class. I'm a vice president of BPA. That's kind of what I'm involved in.
Yeah, so like I'll chicken Johnson off the bat. My senior leader, my freshman year, he was really good, super nice. I still talk to him honestly. I trust him. Like if I have something, any questions about this class, actually, I ask him. And I'm currently involved in track, and I didn't.
I took this class because my sister was in it 2 years ago, so she told me it was fun, and I just wanted to take it to build leadership skills. And I'm involved in wrestling for 4 years.
I took this class to leave a positive impact on freshmen, and I'm in leadership next.
So here's kind of an overview. First, we're going to start out with an Ignite, and then we're going to talk about our leadership nugget, which is the quote that you guys will need. Then we're going to go into our testimonials, which is like us asking questions about trust with people. Then we're talking more about trust. Then we're going to talk about regaining trust once it's broken, and then we'll end with a conclusion activity.
Alright, so this is going to be our night. I need 5 people to volunteer.
We need 5 people.
Price.
Cash, $20.
Or it's $20 bill. You will get the money. Alright, right here.
Right there, right here.
Alright, come on. You'll
It's up to them. You guys can do that. So you guys are we're going over here. Yeah. This is Candy Graham. Oh yeah. Right.
Alright, so I do need you guys to cheer calling out your breath. Just please cheer, honestly. There's not a lot of you guys here, and like, I honestly wouldn't come up here if you didn't. So, please cheer, okay? They won't be dancing. So dance off.
Guys will be dancing, okay? 3, 2, 1, go.
Peace up, A-Town.
Alright, so now we're gonna put hand over, and you're gonna cheer. Whoever cheers the loudest gets the money. We're going for Jonah. Cheer. I need some more. Alright, Devin. Alright, Hunter. Yeah. Are you serious? We got Landon. Andy. Alright, good job, Landon. Landon, so we're actually not gonna give you the money. Nope. You guys can sit down. Yeah, you guys can sit down. The whole point of that activity was to show that we asked those 5 guys to come up here and embarrass themselves in front of all of you guys, thinking that they were going to give them $20. They trusted us, and we broke that trust. So our leadership nugget, in leadership, trust is not demanded, it's earned. You guys want to write that down? Yeah. So in leadership, trust is not demanded, so we kind of just show that even in leadership, anything that you are, you can't just ask for trust, right? Someone you meet off the street, you're not just going to be able to trust them. Anything like your secrets, anything like that, in leadership, you're not going to be able to trust someone like, I don't know Cody, and he tells me to go do something like that's something outrageous. I'm not going to trust him, right? They all trusted me because they know me, right? Those are all my friends. volunteer? Who wants to do a trust fall? Landon. Why not? Hey, I'll catch you. Alright, why don't you guys want to do a trust fall? You don't trust me? No. Why not? Because you betrayed him. I betrayed him? I tried. I couldn't catch him. You didn't try. You moved out of the way. I just couldn't catch him. Alright, so that was just our last fun thing. Thank you guys for watching. We appreciate you guys being fun and interactive.
All right. Mr. Lunkenheimer, would you like to dance on stage as well? Sure. All right, next group. Let's welcome to the stage on communication.
Hello everyone. Today we're going to be talking about communication and why it's important to us and to you.
Okay, so we're going to need 5 volunteers, and to motivate people, we're going to have full-size candy bars. So we have Haley, Teague, Michael. You can come down, and then Brooke. Okay, basically we're going to do like a game of charades. Riley's going to be standing this way so she can't see what the board says, and then our volunteers are going to act out what the word says without talking.
Oh, were you? Wait, we're all working together.
Yes. And you can't talk.
Are we ready?
Okay, so this is Riley's word that she has to guess.
Texting Michael. 2025. Summit. Teague. Looking at the stage. Michael going over there. I don't know what it says. Teague pointing at his over there. Haley talking to Teague, leading leadership?
Okay, thank you for our volunteers. Let's give them a round of applause. Okay, our Ignite, we kind of chose a word that's hard to act out without talking, because with communication, sometimes it comes in easy ways or hard ways. So learning to adapt to those different ways to communicate to people can be really difficult sometimes. So choosing a word like leadership that might be hard to act out when you don't have the word on your shirt or words you can speak.
Okay, I'm Riley, and I joined leadership mainly because I had a good freshman leader, so I wanted to be like who my leader was. But I also joined it because in my future career in nursing, it's important to have leadership, and I thought that this class would like help me grow that foundation for when I go to college.
I'm Grace, and I joined Leadership in Action because my freshman year, my AIM leader was not very good. She wasn't really there, and I would have all my friends tell me like, "Oh, my AIM leader came and like brought us donuts. We had such a great time," and mine was just never there. So I didn't want any other freshmen to have that experience, so that's why I joined.
Hi, my name is also Grace. I joined Leadership in Action because I knew it would be an investment in my leadership skills and personal development. I've also taken classes like philosophy of leadership, so this class has really let me put my leadership skills into action at the freshman campus and through the different activities we do.
And then my name is Sophie, and I also, like Grace, I did not have the best leader freshman year. Like, she did not care to connect with us, and she didn't try to build that trust with us. So I want to make sure that when I joined the class, I was able to connect with our freshmen and be able to reach their personal lives like mine didn't.
Okay, so like Mr. Sterner talked about at the beginning of this period, throughout Leadership in Action, throughout the whole year, we've been talking about various leadership nuggets that have to do with different parts of things you can do to improve your leaderships. Like we had trust earlier, accountability, and with ours, we chose communication. So our leadership nugget is the art of communication is the language of leadership. And this is just basically stating that in order to be a leader and have good leadership qualities, you need to be able to know how to properly communicate with anyone and everyone.
Okay, so we had a couple teacher testimonials, and we asked them the questions, how does communication benefit your day-to-day life, and have you ever had an experience where there was poor communication, and how did it affect your leadership? And we asked Miss Lucas, who is the head of the math department and a good leader at our school, and she said, poor communication often results in frustration and lack of goal attainment for a group. And she also said, being in frequent communication with each other helps avoid issues happening when we do not communicate, which can end in frustration and upset feelings. So what we got from that is like, you have to be able to talk to everyone. If you're not communicating with one person, it's going to mess up the entire group project.
And then we asked Mr. Stengel the same questions. He's the director of student activities, so he has a big leadership role in our school. And for the first question, he responded that clear communication and true effort into everything we do here is so important. So him being in the position of having to organize so many things, he has to communicate with a lot of people. So working towards having that good communication is really important towards him. And then with the second question, he responded, communicating expectations and then reflecting on how communication went is so important. So being able to realize that when there's a time there is bad communication, you're able to go back and re-communicate and figure out where it went wrong so you can improve for the next time.
And then our last testimonial was Mr. Nemec, and he said, be intentional with your communication. Communication is more about listening with empathy and responding appropriately, and I think this really connects back to our nugget, because you have to know how to communicate with everyone. And communication is not just speaking, it's also listening to what they have to say.
All right, so as we've heard a lot from different leaders in our school, it's important that we take that as leaders and learn from it. Sometimes we have the model of leaders being at the front of everything or on top of everything. Leaders don't always tell everyone what to do or how to do it, but they learn from other leaders because they want to be better. And as leaders, we also are responsible for listening and hearing the people we work with, because that is where effective communication truly happens, is when we connect with other people. We've kind of talked about here different ways that leaders have done that and communicated that, because then fostering that group can allow for everyone to work towards a common goal and then be the most effective in doing so. So we kind of have a couple exercises that everyone will participate in to kind of visualize this concept. So first, we have this image up here of a car. So I'll give you guys a couple seconds here to figure out what number that car is covering up. And then we'll take a couple volunteers to guess what the number is that the car is covering up. If you raise your hand, we got some candy for you as well.
Callie?
I think 87.
Okay. Anyone else want to take a guess?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Anyone else want to take a guess? Go ahead. 78. David? 41. Kylan?
3.
Jameson?
62.
Okay.
You can go ahead. What's your guess? 72? We have a lot of Any final guesses before we reveal what it actually is? Oh, go ahead. Will?
4.5.
Okay. So once we change our perspective on the parking spots, it becomes very obvious what the answer is if you didn't figure it out already. So this kind of just alludes to the idea that sometimes we can be blinded or distracted by communication. It can be difficult at times. And by changing our perspective and truly working to understand people, how can we use their strengths to really contribute to the group and work towards our overall mission? And even as we saw with our Ignite, leadership can be modeled in different ways, and just figuring out how we communicate when we can't speak or when someone has different strengths, just really fostering that and using that to contribute to the overall goal. So we kind of have another one here. So this is our image, and there are a couple animals hidden in it. Does anyone else have an idea of what animals are in this image? We still got that candy.
Go ahead. A frog.
Okay.
We'll take like 2 more. Michael? Lauren? Michael again? Oh. Okay. I thought that's...
seen it already. Once you change the way the image is facing, that frog becomes very obvious in the image. So just everyone will have their strengths and have their weaknesses, and as leaders, we must foster that. With our communication, we are able to really pull that out and making sure, even though it's difficult at times to see certain strengths or be able to overcome challenges that may arise, it is truly what's going to allow you to be that effective leader through the connections we make in our communication. So if you haven't gotten a chance already, go ahead and write down our leadership nugget. We're going to do some takeaways as leaders.
Okay, so I play volleyball. I've played high school volleyball and club volleyball. And in both my most previous seasons, I was voted as team captain. And I'm also a setter. And if you guys don't know, a setter is the person who sets the balls up for everyone to hit. And it's very important for me to communicate with everyone. I have to communicate with my passers if I need a better pass, and I really have to communicate with my hitters. If we have to run certain plays, they have to know, or they're going to look stupid on the court if I'm setting the ball and they're running to the wrong location. And also, as a team captain, I had to know how to communicate outside of the sport. Like, for example, in one of my club seasons, a girl was having a problem with the team, and me and the other captain had to go outside of practice and talk with her and communicate with her about how she was feeling and how we could make her feel more involved with the team.
So my intention has to do with this class. So as leadership students, we are also freshman AIM leaders. So every week on Fridays, we go to the freshman campus, and we each have our own assigned AIM, and we're just like the leaders for them. So one thing we have to do with that every week is email our freshman AIM teachers. If we're not emailing them and communicating them like, oh, these are our plans, we're going to be going over, goal setting, we're going to talk about the ACT, we're going to talk about Pride Camp, or we're all just going to hang out and have a good time. If we're not communicating that with them, they're not prepared for us to come, and they don't know what's happening. And then when they get that email, they can also tell the AIM students what's happening, so then they know not to, like, oh, I shouldn't go and retake my test tomorrow in AIM because the leaders are coming. So it just kind of helps everyone know what's on the page. And if we don't send out those emails, then nobody's going to know what's going on, and it's just not going to be good.
As a leader in student council, I often have to communicate with my council to delegate tasks as we're setting up homecoming or the teacher mixer, and then also using different ways to communicate with people, whether it's at our meetings in person or on Schoology or email, and just being able to overcome different barriers to that.
And then for my takeaway, I chose friendships. Like with it being senior year and just in general, all throughout high school, everyone's so busy. So being able to communicate with each other to figure out when you guys can hang out and when you're busy so that everyone can come is very important. So I just think communication with friendship is also very key, or a big key.
Awesome. So thanks everyone for giving us your time.
All right, so we have about 10 minutes here, so we have plenty of time, and this is an opportunity for you guys to ask follow-up questions to both of our groups about their topics of trust, about communication. You can talk to them about leadership in action in general, or really anything that relates to their high school experience here as seniors who are about to graduate. We have, 7 more days of school? 7 more days of school, and then graduation. So anything that's on your mind that you guys would like to ask that's related to those topics, feel free to do so, okay? So again, we have about 10 minutes, and we're looking for some hands up. So who's going to get us started? Let's go. Don't be hesitant. Don't be out. Yeah.
For me, we just finished this dodgeball tournament thing, and that was my favorite part because mine won. All the other games, that was my favorite.
Grace, what else you guys want?
We also won the food drive and the GPA growth challenge. And I think that was
My favorite part of the class was being able to connect with the freshmen. I see these girls that are in my AIM outside of school, and I'm kind of friends with them now just because of this class.
I think my favorite part is the relationships and also the connection we get them between the freshman campus and upper campus. It's really cool to go back as the first class that was at the freshman campus, back to where we started, and then also be a bridge for the freshmen to the upper campus to feel more connected to our whole school and community.
Mine was also connecting with the freshmen, but I really like the leadership class's first period, so I liked starting the day with your friends, and you get a lot closer with the senior class. Like you'll find yourself getting close with people you didn't really talk to throughout the year, so being able to do that was really fun.
Yeah, going off kind of what Sophie just said, I agree with that. Like you kind of get to know more seniors than you do. Like me and Ruben, we didn't talk at all before this year, and also I don't know if you guys remember Pride Camp. Pride Camp was super fun with the freshmen. That was like that was when like they started talking to you too, because like in the beginning of the year it was like super awkward. But then after Pride Camp, they started becoming more comfortable with you, and I think that was like when it all started. So.
My favorite part is building connections with the freshmen.
I would say coming out of my comfort zone, because I was pretty nervous to like talk in front of the class at freshman campus and like just like talk to them and talk to like a large group. So I say that was kind of cool. And yeah, building connections with them in Pride Camp was fun.
I agree. Pride Camp was really fun. They were like extremely awkward in the beginning, I would say, and like Pride Camp low-key kind of helped. I mean, like I play Fortnite with a bunch of them now, so it's super fun.
I feel like just making your presentation like engaging, being able to connect with the audience, because it kind of keeps them like attracted to like your presentation.
I definitely say be passionate. What you're passionate about, that'll spread to other people. What you're positive about, that energy will spread. You can just really change the energy of the room with what you present.
Kind of going off what Grace said, like people are gonna care about what you're saying if you care about it, but also like breaking it down into small steps. Like I know personally I get bored if I'm just getting lectured at, but if you put in like some fun, entertaining things in a presentation, I feel like it gets the audience more engaged.
I would say Mr. Sterner like made a good point to us in the beginning. Like, don't always be standing up next to him and like talking to an audience. Like sit down, engage with them, and like be kind of one-on-one. And so like you're not always like above them, kind of like be with them.
You guys probably tell we wanted to be entertaining, keep you guys engaged. I think that was one of the biggest things. Like you guys, we had some serious points in it as well, but we wanted just to mainly be engaged and entertaining. So you guys would just sit here and listen to the lecture.
Well, I feel like every week when we go over there, we are like demonstrating these leadership skills that we have, and I feel like they can kind of like take that off of us, like see that like, oh, like these are how my leaders are acting. Like I want to be like them. I'm gonna use these same skills as them.
And then as much as I've seen all our freshmen grow, I think they've also seen us grow as leaders as we get more comfortable being at the front of the classroom or helping them out or doing homework with them. I think we all have grown together for sure.
I would say going off like our presentation, like show that they can trust you, so then they can, like we can trust them. Yeah.
Yep, I agree.
I feel like, oh sorry,
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, I guess, yeah, I agree.
Okay. Me personally, like, a lot of the people in our aim, like, they struggle with math, and like, me and Callie always like reinforce that like it's going to be worth it in the end. So like, kind of just showing them like we did it. I struggled my freshman year of math, but like, kind of being the role model of showing like it's gonna be okay in the end, and like we did it, so you can do it too. You don't really have to take any classes. Basically, like your junior year, you apply to get in the class, and then there's like a small little interview process, and then like you get picked by the teachers pretty much. But there's no like previous pathway class you have to take.
Guys, I actually have a quick question here. So we have two alum that are here, Allie and Lindsay. Let's clap it up for those two. impacted you after high school as you moved on to bigger and better things?
So I am in college right now. I go to Michigan Tech. It's definitely the UP for anyone that hasn't heard of it before. I think about this class a lot when I'm doing things. Like I am a manager at my job up there. I coach the cheer team up there, and I try and use all the like leadership nuggets that I have. I still have them saved in my notes app on my phone, just like Mr. Sturgis told us to do. So I use it all the time. I mean, I'm always thinking of ways that I learned to be a better leader in order to, lead people better and just be more mindful of how to help people out, even though I'm still learning leadership.
Yeah.
I guess I take leadership everywhere I go with me. Like when I go to work, I teach little kids, like gymnastics, cheer. I host birthday parties at my work, and so like when I teach those little kids, I teach them that like if they don't get a skill, that it's okay. And like when I was growing up, I was a cheerleader, and so when I didn't get a skill, I had to tell myself that it was okay. So I guess those are just like the little things that I take with me every day. And leadership definitely helps.
Nice. Everyone, time for one final question. You guys.
How are you going to take your leadership that you learned from this class on after?
Well, I think Riley and I can relate to this because we're both going to the healthcare field. We both want to be nurses. And I feel like as nurses, you have to do a lot of like leadership skills. Like you have to be talking with the other nurses on the floor so they all know like what's happening with each patient and whatnot. And also being able to like take your leadership skills and know like when communicating with the patient because every patient's gonna have different needs. So being able to take the skills I've learned in this class and use them with my patients is something that I would be doing.
I think it's definitely making me more confident as a leader, being able to use the skills that we have learned in this class and the philosophies I can really embrace it in my life and moving forward.
I just think this class like helps set up like different leadership skills and how to like approach certain things that happen when things are out of your control and like what attitude to have towards it.
I think one of the biggest things I've learned from this class is like you have to be optimistic, especially with the freshmen. Like if you're not hyped up, they won't be hyped up. Like you have to kind of lead the way, which is one of the things that happened before this period. But it's like if you're not hyped up, they won't be. So you kind of have to carry that throughout your entire life.
I would say I'm going to use this class because I'm going to school to be a teacher. So just kind of running a classroom and like being a leader and being there for other people.
All right, one more time. Let's give them a round of applause.
Please sit in the front sections. Front sections, move it on up.
Okay, just come down a little bit. Oh, just the front section.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are we doing today? Let's try that again. How are we doing today? Let's go. Are you ready to hear from two great presentations? I know I am. I am super excited. So here's the deal. This is our third annual Leadership Summit here at Leadership in Action. And our students, our senior leaders that you see over here, have worked really, really hard on these presentations. So we are asking you as audience members to respect that by doing a few things. Number one, you guys all have a handout. Is that correct? You all have a handout? We're asking you to fill out the handout as they present. So each group will go over what we call a leadership nugget. and that is a quote or a statement that guides their presentation. When you see it on the screen, please write that down. In addition, you have a takeaway that you're going to write down. That takeaway is going to be different for every single person. It's what you took away from the presentation that really stood out to you that you will then implement in your life. And that's why we do this. We do this so you guys can learn something new, have 1 or 2 takeaways to then go ahead and implement and improve who you are as a person, just like we're trying to do, just like I'm trying to do every single day, okay? Audience members, no phones. No phones, no AirPods, put those all away. All right, we're asked that your attention is strictly on these presentations and that we do a good job of listening and paying attention, okay? We're gonna need participation. Are you guys ready to volunteer? Yeah. We need a lot of do we have volunteers? We're gonna need a lot of volunteers, okay? So get ready for that. And with that being said, please welcome our first group on the stage who's going to talk to us today about collaboration. Let's clap it up.
Is this on? Okay. Hi. Good afternoon. How's everyone? Sorry. Okay, so our topic is collaboration, so we're just going to introduce ourselves really quick. I'm Kylie. I'm in Key Club, MCHS, and then high school volleyball.
Hi, I'm Allie. I'm involved in track, cross country, and Warrior Student Media.
Hi, I'm Abby. I'm involved in Key Club, NHS, and Warrior Buddies.
Hi, I'm Emma, and I'm involved in our girls golf.
Hi, I'm Amber. I'm involved in flag football, basketball. I was in basketball, lacrosse.
Okay, so for our introduction, I just want to do like a quick definition of collaboration, which is just working together with groups of people to achieve a common goal. And then the main takeaway we wanted you guys to get from this is to show how impactful collaboration is in leadership and life, and then how it creates like a more inclusive and open-minded environment. And then collaboration gets people out of their comfort zone and makes room for growth. And then lastly, it teaches the importance of working with the people around you. Okay, raise your hand if you've ever worked with like a group of people in a group project. Okay, most people in here, that's kind of why we're doing this topic. We chose it because a lot of people, like almost everyone has done collaboration in their life, so that's why we chose this topic.
So our leadership nugget is alone you can do so little, together you can do so much. And this quote means that while individual efforts are limited, collaboration allows people to combine their strengths and achieve greater results. And in leadership, this means creating an environment where people can collaborate and contribute and work together towards common goals, which leads to more effective outcomes.
Okay, to get our Ignite started, we're going to ask Michael, Ruben, and Kylan to come up here. And we're also going to ask for 3 volunteers from the crowd. Okay, so for this Ignite, we're going to give both groups a puzzle. It's a 24-piece puzzle. The goal is to finish it before the other group finishes it. The only difference between the 2 groups is over here, Michael is going to have this blindfold on. He's not going to be able to see. Ruben is going to have these headphones on. He's not going to be able to hear. And Kylan cannot talk. This group over here also gets to see the picture. You guys don't.
Somebody tie this up.
crowd, cheer them on. Cheer if you guys think Michael's group is gonna win. Cheer if you think this group over here is gonna win.
Oh, that's middle. I think I found a face. Here, side. Four sides. Middle, no side. I have all the sides. Middle. Side. Side. We couldn't hear. Side! Slow down! No! Side. Middle. Side. Oh, we need one more. Oh, my blindfold's coming out. That's not cheating. I'm getting a cramp. Ow. Ow. I got moved up. I don't even know what happened.
Okay, this group won. Ruben, you're done.
We're done.
You guys can go over there and get candy for participating. Okay, so now, okay, you guys can go. I'm gonna ask some questions to the audience. If you guys answer, you guys would also get some candy. So our first question is, how did collaboration help the groups complete their task?
I was never there.
Where people who didn't have any restrictions on them were able to collaborate easier because like they were able to communicate with each other.
Que en un grupo tuvieron comunicación y en el otro no.
One group clearly had communication and the other did not.
Okay, so for our next question, what could the group with the disadvantages have done differently to finish their puzzle first?
They could have sabotaged the other team.
They could have used their different like
senses other than what they were disadvantaged at. Like the one that couldn't talk could have like used sign language for the one that could use sign language for the one that could see, and like they could like tell the one that couldn't see since he could speak. Yeah.
Okay, so the goal of this Ignite was obviously to show the difference between a group that has good collaboration and bad collaboration. Obviously, Michael, Kyla, and Ruben had bad collaboration, which stopped them from finishing their puzzle first. So this also demonstrated how much faster and smoother things can get done when you're working and collaborating with others. Okay, so for our testimonials, I interviewed Dr. Prickett. I asked him why he thinks collaboration is so important in leadership. And he told me this story about how when he first became principal, he did not collaborate with other people, and this led to a lot of backlash on him. And after receiving feedback from other people, he decided that he needed to learn how to collaborate with others in his position. And once he started collaborating with others, everybody felt that they were part of a team and that they were all working towards the same common goal, which got things done much quicker. I also shared our leadership nugget with Dr. Prickett. Alone you can do so little, together you can do so much. And the one thing he said that stood out to me was, you cannot do everything on your own, you are much more powerful together.
Okay, so for our second testimonial, I interviewed another senior in our grade. I interviewed Mia, and she didn't have as much of a story, but she kind of talked about how she helps her teammates in track persevere. And then the main takeaway I got from her testimonial was how it's important to make sure people feel heard and seen while collaborating with the people surrounding you.
Okay, so you guys all know like collaboration is when you work with a group of people, whether it's 2 or more people that you're with. So we just have like some ways where you use collaboration in like your everyday life. Like when you come to school, you use collaboration with teachers or classmates when you're doing an important project with some of your other people in your group. You have to work together, you have to communicate, give each other parts, you have to make sure that they do parts. You collaborate with your teachers as well on getting things turned in. With your friendships, you collaborate by like trying to figure out a time to hang out, or trying to figure out what exactly you're going to do when you hang out. Especially in relationships, you also use collaboration lots of times, just like working together and being able to like better yourselves with the other person.
And then if you guys are wondering, how does this presentation like go with me, like why is it relative to me? A lot of students have to have collaboration because in academics and sports you're going to need collaboration. That's just life because you have to work with everyone. It's just being able to communicate. And in academics, this may look like working together on a project. An example that I had was I had a class debate, and I had to make sure that I was listening to everybody's point of views so that I can make sure that my points were correct. And just hearing everyone out on their opinion really helps build that strong trust within all your classmates.
Okay, so my personal connection was about all of the shirts that we're wearing for Leadership in Action. Our class decided we wanted shirts, and I got the job of designing them in graphics, and our whole class kind of like talked together in class and collaborated and decided like little elements that we wanted the shirts sort together.
And then going into the sports aspect of collaboration, sports require collaboration constantly. The term "there is no I in team" is very important in this idea because no matter what sport you play, whether it's an individual sport or a team sport, your individual score will always impact your team. And I really feel like with any sport that you play, if you don't talk with or communicate with your team, things get complicated and then you start to not like that sport. For example, I played softball for 8 years of my life, and that you always had to talk to the girls on the field. I was on outfield. I don't know if anyone knows softball or baseball, but you always need to communicate to the people to your right and to your left because you don't want to collide catching a ball or just misinterpret a play. And this can give athletes leadership opportunities to be team captain or just be coachable, because if you have an open mind and you're willing to like learn from your mistakes and talk to your coaches and talk to your teammates about what you can do to improve, that really shows a growth in leadership and kind of a growth mindset as well. We can also tie this back to our leadership nugget. Alone you can do so little, together you can do so much. This supports the idea that everything and anything can be accomplished with collaboration. And for our takeaways, so leadership and life always will require collaboration. This is a big part of whether you're going into college or whatever you plan to do after high school. And teamwork has so many factors in collaboration. So you can be doing 2 different things in a team, and you still have to communicate with each other because those 2 different things can both lead to the same goal. And we also learned from our testimonials that the best summarization of collaboration is the ability to accomplish the most while being open-minded and willing to work with others in the process. This really shows that you're willing to communicate and that collaborating with others can make everyone's life easier, not just yours. And that is it.
All right. So, our next topic here is a very good topic. Is on the idea of setting the example. Let's give this group a huge round of applause.
Okay, so our topic is setting the example, and basically throughout this presentation, we really want you to grapple on the idea of, as a leader, you need to set the example, whether that's how you act, what you say, or how you carry yourself, and we're just going to go through that with our slides and our Ignite for you.
Alright, really quickly before we get started with our Ignite, we're going to introduce ourselves. My name is Bella Hasso, and I took leadership in action because I wanted to get out of my comfort zone, and I wanted to expand on my leadership skills.
Hi, my name's Eva, and I agree with Bella. I also wanted to get out of my comfort zone.
Hi, my name is Johan. I also took because I wanted to get out of my comfort zone. I'm a very quiet person, so I wanted to put myself out there.
And I chose this class because as a freshman, I had a great leader. He was really, really kind, and he took the time to build personal connections with each student in our class. So that's what I wanted to do when I became a senior, so that's my goal and has been my goal taking this class and working with our freshmen.
Okay, so to kick things off, we're going to be playing a game of charades. I need 4 volunteers from the crowd, please. I promise it's fun. So just please, can I have 4 volunteers? There. And I need one more.
I'm not raising my nose.
Destiny! Yes! Let's go. Let's go.
Okay, can we give them a round of applause for coming down here?
So, while they're getting set up, wait. Oh, we still need one more person. Okay, so while they're getting set up, as the audience members, I want you guys to just pay close attention to Bella's group and to Ava's group and how they talk to each other and how they try to help them guess the word and if they're helpful, if they're not helpful. And then at the end, we're going to ask you questions kind of based on what I just said. And we're going to compare how many they got correct and how many they got correct. Okay? So...
And the volunteers, you guys can go sit down now. Thank you.
All right, I have a couple questions for the audience. How do the leaders' actions affect their group? Billy. Correct. What worked and what did not work? How did each leader's behavior determine how the game went?
Don't be scared. Come on, raise your hand. There's no wrong answers. What was the question? What was the question?
Billy.
Okay, so moving on to our leadership nugget. A leader who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. Wait, yeah. Okay, by John C. Maxwell. Basically, to connect this with our topic, me and Bella did a great example of this by showing how a leader's the impact they have on the people around them and how that can determine the success of the common goal.
And then I'm just going to break down the leadership nugget into 3 different parts. So a good leader is one who has a clear vision and understanding of the goals and direction. So by knowing the way or knowing where you want the people that are following you to go or where you want to lead the people. And it'll also build trust with them so that they know you understand where you're going or what you're trying to do. And a leader who goes the way, by actively participating and walking alongside their team, a leader demonstrates a commitment and accountability. This is a hands-on approach and it fosters trust and encourages the teamwork. It'll encourage teamwork because once they see that you yourself are doing what you want them to do or where you guys want to go, then that'll make them want to show that as well. And then to wrap it up, a good leader who shows the way, a great leader acts as a mentor and a guide for others by modeling behavior, sharing experiences, and providing support. They help individuals learn and grow, and good leaders empower their team members by demonstrating how to navigate obstacles and embrace challenges. And then basically what I want you guys to take away from this is a leader who knows, goes, and shows the way creates a positive and productive environment, inspiring followers to trust in the vision, contribute actively to the team's success, which is a lot and a very big part of leadership and what we do in this class.
And so we use historical figures so we can get our point across even more. For example, Cesar Chavez knew that a change was needed to be made, so he started the Farmers Worker Union. And then we also used Harriet Tubman, who escaped from slavery and led countless to freedom. And our last example was Martin Luther King, who shows the way by creating a strict form of protest against civil rights.
Okay, so for our first testimonial, we decided to interview Mr. Haggerty. Just a show of hands, who knows Mr. Haggerty or who's had him? Okay, so a good chunk of us. So then you guys all know the positive influence he has on his students and the environment as a whole. So we decided for the first question to ask him, can you describe a situation where you led your team through a significant challenge? What he described to us was in his first years of teaching, he was teaching in the south side of Chicago, and he was telling us how he was put in a coaching position there for the wrestling team, and how it was a huge challenge because he was going into an environment that was unstable and where the kids just weren't being able to be put to their full potential. He then described to us that he was able to lead them to success that year, the most success I've seen in a long time because he's able to help the kids and the wrestlers persevere and get to their full potential. And the second question we asked him was, what does setting the example mean to you in a leadership context? What he said was, everything that you do is influential to those around you. What you do, others will copy. It is so important to be a good role model because it is what shapes those around you.
Okay, so for our second testimonial, we interviewed Miss Edwards. She teaches independent living, which sets you up for, well, it prepares you for the future. She also just recently got promoted for CTE division chair, which basically focuses on your career and what's coming next for the future. So the first question we asked her was, how do you motivate your team when morale is low? And she said, for me, I find it necessary to do something together as a team. Completely non-related to what we are working on, we need to get our minds away from everything and come back together as a team. For our second question, describe a time when you had to make a tough decision and how did she handle it? She talked back to her experience when she was a volleyball coach for the freshmen, and how during tryouts she had to make cuts. Not everybody can make the team when there's a bunch of girls joining. And she just said that was really important to have meaningful conversations with them just so they don't lose confidence in themselves.
And then to reflect on our own experiences, for me personally, Leadership in Action has definitely shown me how much of an influence us as leaders have. So going to the freshman campus every Friday, I've definitely realized that if we are a certain way with our freshmen, they mimic it and they copy it. So if we're setting up for an activity and we show that we're not excited about it, they're not going to be excited. It's really important for me and for everybody else who's in this class and who wants to take this class that building a culture is so important for this school. So because they're freshmen, it's so important that we set them up for success and show them that it's important to be a part of a culture and it's important to be excited about the little things. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. So we need to set that example and lead them on the right direction.
And then I'll share my experience. So I was in travel volleyball for quite some time, and Ava and I were on the same team last season, and we had a team captain who wasn't a great team captain. She would always internalize her mistakes and then project them onto us. So we'd always have kind of this negative morale on the team, and our beginning half of our season wasn't very great.
But once we realized how her attitude and all of our attitudes combined affected the team and success, me and Amari decided to step up and be like the cheerleaders for our team. We knew that we had to be excited about every little thing, even if it was small, just so we can get the rest of the team on the same board.
My personal experience for wrestling was that all my 4 years of high school that I did it, I believe that every day I was there, I set the intensity for my partner, and I hope for those around me, and I always tried to go as hard as I could, and I think others around me picked up on that.
Okay, and then just to connect it all back, if you guys didn't catch it before, leadership nugget right there, so you guys can write it down. What we want you guys to get out of this is that leadership isn't just about having control or telling people what to do. It's about modeling the behavior, mindset, and values that you expect from others. A leader has vision, integrity, and sets the right example for their peers and their environment. And especially if you're planning to take leadership in action, setting the example is so evident and crucial to helping the freshmen, especially when they look up to you. So for our mini leadership nugget, we chose leadership is not a position or a title, it is action and example. So again, if you plan to take this class, it's really important that you realize that you're going to be put on kind of a pedestal, especially for all of your classmates and for freshmen. And that's all we have today. Thank you.
All right, so we have about 6 minutes or so here to ask a few questions. We're looking for follow-up questions from you guys. This could be anything that dealt with their topics specifically, or it could be about leadership in action in general, or really anything that deals with, you know, our school, being a senior, any advice that they might have for you guys. So at this point, we're looking for 3 or 4 questions, and who's going to get us started?
Hands up, let's go, hands up.
I think that finding the confidence is kind of like small steps at a time. Sometimes when you're trying to set the example for some people, they may see it as, oh, like she's just trying to boss me around, or oh, they're just trying to boss me around, like they're not much higher than I am. But it's just being consistent with what you believe and your actions. And I think that confidence will just kind of flow with that over time, because you get like opportunities to just show small steps at a time, and then it'll get to your big like goal you're trying to have, just like small wins.
And yeah, just to kind of add on to that, I think confidence is definitely a key factor to, you know, kind of setting that example. And it's definitely tricky because I feel like a lot of people will kind of be like, they don't want to take that step because maybe they'll think that they're viewed as maybe too bossy, or maybe just like someone who's trying to do too much or something like that. But at the end of the day, if you really want to take on that leadership role, you have to know that you're not going to please everybody, but that you're just doing it for their benefit, whether they see that or not.
As a senior, what's like one thing that you wish you were told before you graduated?
I know that a lot of people say it, but senior year literally flew by so fast. I mean, I can't even believe that we only have like 7, 8 days left of school. Like, I feel like I was kind of stressed out so much that I can't believe it. Like, I genuinely can't believe I'm going to graduate soon.
I was gonna say, like, take the opportunities you're given. I feel like there was, like, I don't know, like, FOMO. Like, I feel like there was, like, opportunities that I missed out on because I was, like, embarrassed or I didn't want to do it, and it kind of, like, didn't ruin my senior year, but I feel like I could have made it, like, better.
I would say, like, don't second guess yourself. Like, don't tell yourself you can't do it. I know, like, I was in French for some time, and I got French Honor Society, and I really thought, like, there's no way I was going to get good grades in this class. There's no way I was going to be successful. But honestly, like, to put yourself out there and, like, have that confidence in yourself will take you far. Like, you don't know what you can accomplish if you just don't put your mind to it. I probably agree with Bella how, like, you don't process how quickly the year goes by, but thinking of it now, like, if you wanted to join something this year and you ended up not doing it, don't get scared or, like, lose the confidence that you can do it. Just go ahead and join, because you never, like, you won't get the type of opportunities again after high school.
Kind of going off of what Amber said, like just joining all the things that you might be interested your senior year could also help. Like just going out of your comfort zone, because then you have that new experience going into your post-secondary.
I feel like you kind of have to, like, get over, like, the ego of it. Like, you have to keep going and do your part of it to kind of get them to engage with you.
Yeah, I agree with that. I also think that you kind of just have to like meet how everybody like is, because everybody has their own personalities when you're working in a group project, and you kind of just have to find that middle ground.
I would just say, like, try your hardest to, like, get them to also collaborate with you, but you can't change how they are, so in the end, you do your part of it, and if they end up not doing their part of it, then it's just on that person, and you did nothing wrong.
Also just like explaining them like the why of why you guys are working together, and just really making them want to work with you and just being the best person you can.
I usually tell my freshmen to take as many like opportunities that they can or like benefits that happen with the school, because there's a lot of things that go on that a lot of people don't know about, and it's just great to be involved.
One thing I really focus on with my freshmen is live in the moment, because you only get one chance to be in high school.
I would say I tell them to go like at 100. Like sometimes you're not given certain opportunities all the time. So just whenever you are, just try your best. Try it at 100. Like if you fail at something, just know like okay, well I did my best and I like went at it with 100% of what I could give. So, because then you don't want to look back and be like, well I didn't even try like at this opportunity and then it
We'll look out for you. Does that mean your friends don't want to be somebody?
My daughter wants me. John? John, that's nice. Connor? All right. Landon? Nathan? Russo? Connor?
All right, everyone. Good afternoon. How's everybody doing? We're going to try that again. Good afternoon. How's everyone doing? Are we ready? You are about to hear two amazing presentations. If you have not been in here yet, this is the third annual Leadership in Action Summit. We have some of our alum that are present today that presented the last couple of years as well. And this is something we do as an annual tradition of Leadership in Action. And it's an opportunity for students to teach students. And they're going to present about a couple topics that pertain to everybody's life, your life, their life, my life. And our goal is that you guys get a takeaway that you can then implement moving forward. So you all have a handout, is that correct? Okay. On this handout are leadership nuggets. You will see their leadership nugget. When you see their leadership nugget, which is a quote or a phrase, you're going to write that down. And then you'll write down one takeaway that stands out to you from these presentations. In addition, we need volunteers. We need people to participate. Will we have volunteers today? Oh yeah, we're ready. We need you guys. We need some questions. We need some volunteers. We're looking for everybody to help and engage in these presentations, okay? Here's some ground rules. I need everyone to listen to this. No phones. Phones away, please. AirPods, earbuds are out. We're not going to have those in our ears. We ask that you are attentive, that you are paying attention, and that you give our seniors the respect that they deserve, okay? Sound good? Yeah? All right. Well, with that being said, let's give it up for our first group here on perseverance and grit. Let's clap it up.
Okay, hi everybody. So our topic today is grit and perseverance. Okay, so I'm Campbell and I took leadership in action because I had upperclassmen friends that really talked positively about it, and I just wanted to follow in their footsteps because I thought it would be a fun opportunity for my senior year.
I'm Sky. I took this class because my sister did it and she was a senior leader and she really liked it, so I just kind of wanted to do the same thing.
Hi, I'm Emma. I joined Leadership in Action because I wanted to bridge the gap between the freshman campus and our upper campus, because I know when I went in as a freshman I was a little nervous.
Hi, I'm Rylan. I took leadership to get more leadership skills for my future in sports and in school. Okay, and then our overview, we're gonna start with our introduction, and then that's gonna lead into our night, and we're gonna go over our leadership nugget. We're gonna show some data, and then our testimonials, and then we're gonna end it off with our personal connections and takeaways.
Okay, so to kind of start things off, I wanted to include a TED Talk that we watched earlier in the semester for Leadership in Action. And it's by Angela Lee Duckworth, that's a picture right there. And she was just kind of talking about in that video how grit is an indicator of success and how it's just better for success, yeah. And then that's her book right there too. And I just thought that that would be relevant for our topic.
Okay, so you might be wondering, what is grit and perseverance? To have grit and perseverance is to have the ability to bounce back from difficult situations and to continue focusing on your long-term goals, regardless of the challenges. And this is important because in leadership, you're going to have challenges that come up, and you need to have grit and perseverance to continue on with your goals.
All right, so now that we got an overview on what grit and perseverance is, do we have any gritty volunteers that want to come up? We need about 4 of you. So let's show some grit and perseverance, should we? Yeah?
We got one. I see him. Yeah.
Maybe 2 from over here, and then Kylan and Ruben want to come down? All right, one more gritty student volunteer, yeah? Maybe? All right, Roborn, if you want to come down. All right, so actually, do you guys want to come maybe more in the front so everyone can see you? No, come on. Alrighty, so in case you didn't get it, we're doing a little play on words. So grit, gritty. We're gonna have a gritty off. So when we cue the music, they're gonna gritty into each other. And I want you guys to get loud. I want you to get hype. And then at the end, we're gonna have you guys vote on who did it best. So let's cue the music up. You guys ready? Yeah. All right. Moment for the music. So who do you guys think is gonna win? This side? Wait, how about this side? Yeah? Okay. How about this side? When we get the music to play, you guys can start. So, seconds probably. All right, let's see it. Can you hit your gritties? Stressing out. No, we're good. Good job, guys. So, now we're gonna vote. Do you guys think this side did good? Let's hear it. Okay. How about this side? Alright, so I'd say Kylan won. So, thank you guys. You can go ahead and sit back down. Alright, so now we're going to talk about, alright, that was a little silly, they were grittying on stage, but to have grit and perseverance means you're going to push through challenges. So it was definitely a challenge to come up and gritty in front of everyone in this auditorium. So we're going to go ahead and connect this to our leadership nugget.
So our nugget is leaders have the ability to not feel like doing something and yet do it anyways, choose hard. So our volunteers showed that by probably not wanting to gritty in front of everyone right now, but they still did it anyway and they put their best effort in. And when facing obstacles like in school, work, or even sports, it's important to push yourself. You have to overcome obstacles and have perseverance, which will lead you on the path of success. And it's crucial to engage grit into your everyday activities and choose hard for your own well-being and success.
So we got some data for this as well. We took a survey of McHenry High School students, and it's pretty noticeable that most students already knew what grit and perseverance was, but not everyone applies it to their day-to-day lives. How many of you would say you normally push through challenges when things are hard? Okay, yeah. So, like I said, a lot of people know what grit and perseverance is, but as a leader, it's important to apply that to your life because having a gritty mindset means you're going to push through the hardships that come at you, and then perseverance is going to help you for the rest of your life because it's going to make you continue pushing on.
Okay, so for our testimonials, I interviewed Dr. Prickett, and so the first question I asked him was, how does grit and perseverance benefit and help you in leadership roles? And he said having these skills can help you be reminded that people are counting on you to make good decisions, and in any role, these skills are necessary, especially in leadership. And then for the second question I asked, I said, how often do you see grit and perseverance in our school? And then what can we do to improve that? And he says he sees it in many students in our school, but to improve it, that it starts with the staff teaching the kids these skills from the moment they get here so that they can continue to build upon those as they continue their years here. And then for our second testimonial, I interviewed Mr. Bourne, the school psychologist, to offer like a different perspective besides Dr. Prickett. And so I asked him the same question about why it's important to have grit, perseverance, and leadership. And he said someone with grit and perseverance allows you to not be overburdened with challenges that may arise, and so that allows you to be successful in leadership roles. And then I also asked him the same question, how often do you see grit and perseverance in our school? But then I also connected it to the panorama surveys. And to that he said that he connected it to GPA. So students with a higher GPA tend to have a higher grit and perseverance score. And in his work, especially, students deal with struggles emotionally and socially. And so he says that it's important to teach grit and perseverance in that way as well.
Alright, so now we're going to bring it back to personal connections. I'm going to connect this back to sports. Definitely having teammates that show grit and perseverance, it definitely pushes me to do better. You don't realize it, but people are always like watching you, and like your attitude is going to affect those around you.
Okay, I'm also connecting on to sports. It's just important to push yourself through rough times when you're in sports, especially if you're in like a leadership role or a captain role. If you're not performing well, you still have to have perseverance and push through that for the rest of your team, so then it'll benefit you guys and not just yourself.
So my personal connection is a little bit different. I went with like grades. Going into my freshman year, I didn't really take school seriously. My grades were really low, and so my GPA was really low. And then going into my sophomore year, I thought, okay, maybe like I want to go away for college, and so I had to like work on getting my GPA up. And I had to have a lot of grit and perseverance to get it up, and I think that because I did end up getting it up, and now I am going away for college, and I got some scholarships for my GPA improving.
Okay, so I'm also going to talk about sports. For lacrosse especially, we had a really small team, and I didn't even think we were going to have a team this year. So me and the 5 other seniors were trying really hard to recruit new people and make ourselves a team for our senior year. And so we had that grit and perseverance, and now we've had one of the biggest teams we've had in like 3 years. So we had to have grit and perseverance to make that happen.
Alright, and then the thing we want you guys to take away from this the most is that grit and perseverance is that you choose hard going along with our leadership nugget, again, of having the ability to feel like not doing something and doing it anyways. Yeah, so we just want you to take that away and leave with that today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, our next topic here is about the topic of small wins, which are extremely important, and they're going to talk to you guys about how we should celebrate those small wins and recognize the success we have. So let's go ahead and clap it up for this group.
How's everybody doing today? Great. Good, you guys having a good day? Yeah. Almost done. It's early release, so that's good. So like Mr. Sterner said, our topic is small wins. And so our group kind of chose this topic because we thought it was really important to educate our high school on how to celebrate those small wins, which that's what we're going to teach you guys today. So we're going to introduce ourselves first.
So I'm Maddie, and I'm a senior here, obviously. I've been involved in multiple after-school activities, and I took this class because I just wanted to be more involved and also like improve my leadership skills because I'm a camp counselor, and so it's just always good to have more leadership skills.
My name is Sam, and I decided to take leadership in action because when I was a freshman, my freshman leader was not good. He never came to our aim. I didn't really know him. I didn't even know what his name was. So I wanted to be different for our freshmen, and I wanted to make a change.
My name's Maya. I'm in leadership in action because I think my freshman AIM leader just really set like a solid impact on me. I had Ari Valianatos. She was such a great leader, and I think I just wanted to like have that impact on my freshmen right now because I don't want to like just leave here and like not really necessarily make a name for myself, but I think just like so people would just be like, oh my gosh, like my leader, like maybe my freshman will be in our shoes right now, and I think just being able to know that they could possibly reflect on like what I led is just a success in itself.
I'm Kylan Axelson, and I took this class because my sister's a freshman, and I wanted to be a friendly face around the campus that she could go to and if she needed anything.
Okay. So for our Ignite, we're going to do something a little different where it's like a skit, and it's in a classroom setting. And so it's going to be like in an AP Physics classroom. We chose this because a lot of seniors have taken this class, a lot of juniors are currently in this class, and a lot of sophomores are signing up for this class. So as people who've already taken this class know that this class is pretty hard, and a lot of people don't really succeed on tests or even the AP exam. So in this case scenario, we have 3 students. So we have Sam, who typically gets like B's and C's in her classes. She cares about her grades and always works hard, but sometimes it doesn't always work out for her. Maya is an A and B student. She tries hard and she just is kind of in the middle. She cares about her grades, but she's not like overly like caring about it. Then Kylan always has to have the 100% perfect. She always has to have all A's, nothing lower, nothing less, and that is just how she is as a student. So, in this case scenario, they just got one of their tests back, and they look at it, So Sam, what did you get?
So I got a 60%. I am really happy about this because I finally passed the test. I've never passed the test in this class before. I studied really hard last night and I did all the homework. I went to the teacher and I asked her for help, and I'm glad that I passed this test.
Maya, what'd you get?
I got an 88. Really don't care. I didn't really try, but I got the grade, a good grade.
Kylan?
I don't want to talk about it.
Are you sure? What'd you get?
Nothing good. I failed.
What'd you get? I'm sure you actually didn't fail.
No, I failed.
She got a 98.
So you got 1 point off?
Yeah, you're wrong. It should be 100.
How am I wrong? You got one wrong. You talked about that the force was outwards, not was actually inwards. So maybe let's check that. Maybe you should have studied harder. You can come into corrections. You should have studied harder like Sam. What happened to that?
I think you put the wrong name on the test.
No, so you actually wrote the name. That's in your handwriting, not mine.
I think you messed up. I think you gave me somebody else's test because it should say.
Look at the handwriting first of all. Your name is written in your handwriting. And the circle of your answers, you circled the answer wrong. So I don't understand how that's my fault.
That I circled the correct one.
No, so if you actually look, Sam actually got it right, and her answer was actually right, and yours is wrong.
I studied too.
Yeah, and
I got it right too.
So you're the one who got it wrong, so you actually got that grade. So I
just don't
maybe study harder. That sucks for you, so sucks to suck.
I just don't think this is acceptable.
So it actually is. That's actually your own fault. Come do corrections. My classroom's open next week.
I'm really scared right now. Well, that was our skit.
So we're gonna ask a couple questions now based on this skit, and then we'll talk more about how this skit contributed to small wins.
So we do also have candy for our audience who answers our questions. So our first question is, how do you react when you don't succeed at first? What helps you bounce back? So raise your hand, we have candy. If not, we're just going to call on random people. Amari. I love that. It's really good to just not let one test grade affect you, because it won't affect your whole life, I promise. Anybody else want to answer the first question? No? Okay. Our second question is, what advice would you give to someone who keeps failing the same test or assignment? Anybody? Sophie? Lauren? I feel like going to your teacher is really important, especially if you need that extra help. So use AIM and ask questions. And then our last question is, what is more important, getting a perfect score or showing growth, and why? Jenna? Anybody else? Grace? Good. I like those answers.
So kind of connecting this little skit to small wins. So as you can see, Sam was celebrating each and every small win. Even though it wasn't 100%, she still improved and grown from her last test. So that shows that she's celebrating that little progress, and that's what's causing her to improve. Whereas Kylie had a more negative aspect towards it, and that's why she was so mad, because she got a bad score. Even though that's because she wasn't celebrating each small win. So this kind of connects to our leadership nugget, which is a little progress each day adds up to big results. So you want to celebrate each and every little success in order to get to that larger goal. For example, a lot of us can relate. After high school, we're going to do something, whether it's the military, college, or the workforce. We can't just walk in on our first day of freshman year and the next day be like, oh, we're going to go straight to college. We can't just skip everything. We have to take these little steps in order to achieve what we want. So that case could be like getting an A in the honors biology. That can add to your cumulative GPA, and that you can have a better success rate for college. So all of us can relate that we need to celebrate a little progress each day in order to achieve that larger goal. And you may not have even known that you were celebrating these little successes when you actually are.
So for our first round of testimonials, we did staff members. So we did Bierbauer, who is the head of our strength department, and then Mr. Allison, who is one of our AP Physics 1 teachers, and I don't know, maybe that's all. I think that's all I do. Oh, and 2. We selected these individuals because they both represent a diverse cross-section of our staff team here. Both of them are different roles, departments, and levels of experience. Both have very compelling stories that highlight small, meaningful achievements in driving personal growth, team roles, and overall success. Their willingness just to really share their authentic experience really just helped reinforce a culture where progress, no matter how incremental, is always just truly recognized and celebrated here.
For our student testimonials, we interviewed or asked the questions to 4 different students, 1 from each grade level. Each of these students represent McHenry to the highest extent. The first 2 is Addison Hoffman and Trustin Law. Addison Hoffman, she likes to celebrate other people's small wins, even though it might not mean that much to her. She knows how much it means to the other person, so she tries to either match or exceed the level of excitement from the other person. For Trustin, as a leader, he likes to be positive and keep a positive mindset and make sure that he shows people how far they've come, even though you might not see it now. Looking back, you've probably come a far way from what you were at your freshman, junior, sophomore year. So then for our junior and senior testimonials, we used Lachlan and Caden. So Lachlan talked about how he uses small wins when trying to achieve a tough problem, and how when he achieves this problem, it gives him, he sees the success, and that's showing small wins because he's celebrating that little bit of progress. And then Caden just talked about how small wins are forcing him to focus on the present, which keeps him more motivated and gets over the barrier of doubt, which a lot of people face when trying to achieve that goal after they become unmotivated.
Okay, and then for our leadership connections, we all kind of made this brief bullet point list together, but we all just kind of wanted to reflect on our own personal. So I think out of all of our bullet points, one of my things that really just leads me to small wins is just having that boost of motivation. I know for me, and I know for a lot of us seniors in here, and then our juniors, and even our sophomores sooner than later, no matter what your post-secondary option is, or what you think you want it to be, there are always those little, how I reflected back when I was talking about our testimonials, there's always those little incremental steps to it. So I know for me, when I was in the process of doing all of my college applications, I was just dreading it the entire time, those same questions on what school, what's your GPA, weighted, unweighted, all that fun stuff, which my parents also got really annoyed with me asking them the same questions. But I think just being able to say my small win was I submitted it. Now it's just okay, I got the hard part done. Now it's just that grace period. And eventually my small win turned into a big win on getting into college, and I will be attending Oklahoma State University after high school. So I just think really just having all those little things in between, even though I didn't want to fill out every application, I think it's just you got to remember what you want to succeed in the end. Kylan, anyone want to reflect on that too?
My small win is the bullet point that I chose is that it increases my confidence. So over the past year as a senior, I have applied to many different scholarships, some big and some small. Most of them have been the small local ones, so the ones that are $500, $1,000, and I didn't get any of them. So that really bummed me down, but I never gave up, and I decided to apply to this really big scholarship for teachers, and then I ended up getting it, and it's up to $23,000, which is really cool. So it didn't bring me down, and I wanted to keep trying, and then eventually I got it.
I'm not going to talk about college. I'm going to talk about sports, because I feel like most people can relate to that in this room as of right now, besides the seniors. I chose breaking down larger goals into smaller steps. For me, at least for track, trying to reach my PR at the end of the year or
one lap at a time. You gotta think of the smaller things, and it'll all add up to be this PR or this new season best, or really whatever you're trying to reach. I'm choosing to talk about boost motivation and also break down larger goals. So I was talking about the college recruitment process for sports. So I started off my college recruitment process in the beginning of my junior year, and I kind of lost motivation until my senior year. And then when I finally started talking to Lake Forest College, I kind of created more motivation during practices. I started working harder, and I just overall, once I broke it down a little bit more and I celebrated each small win within the recruitment process, I finally was able to achieve my goal and play college volleyball.
And then our main thing that we want you guys to get from our presentation about small wins is that small wins help you live in the moment, so they can easily go unnoticed if you're always focused on the next big thing. By living in the moment, you become more aware of the progress that you're making, even if it's small. And then our next one is having a more positive mindset, so it helps you see small wins as a sign of growth instead of just the stepping stones that get you there. And then you have to recognize the value, which builds your confidence and keeps your motivation going. And then our third one is to embrace the small victories that you have. So every small win is progress, whether it's finishing a task, coming to school on a tough day, getting a good grade on a test or a quiz. No matter what it is, acknowledging that these moments happen builds your motivation and your confidence. And then also the last one is to learn from your mistakes. So progress isn't always a straight path. Mistakes are a part of the path, and when you recognize your mistakes and you fix them, it becomes a part of your success story. And then if you guys didn't get our leadership nugget before, a little progress each day adds up to big results. It's right there again. And so our quote just kind of means that it's the small steps you take every day that build your confidence and your momentum. Eventually the small wins stack up into something huge. So yeah, that's it. Thanks, guys.
All right, so we have about 10 minutes remaining here, and this is your opportunity. I'm talking to the students right here. This is your opportunity to ask follow-up questions to our group, maybe something that you thought about during their presentation that you want to know more information about, or anything that deals with leadership and action in general. And then also, especially, these are seniors, as you guys know, and they have 7 days remaining of school. 7 days, that's crazy, right? 7 school days remaining, and then they're going to be graduating here before you know it. So it's really good to get advice from those who have experienced it, and maybe just any thoughts that you have for them moving forward, okay? So we are looking again for a lot of student participation here, and my question is, who's going to get us started? Let's go. What questions do we have?
Hands up, you got this. You got this.
Okay, no one's gonna go. I think my big lesson was just take advantage of the time, because I feel like I was so prioritized on one thing, whether it was school or even just sports. And I know, especially being a I guess you could say seasoned athlete, it was just a lot, and I feel like I should have just made more time for other things, I guess.
Yeah, I think getting involved, I didn't really get involved my freshman and sophomore year, and I started joining clubs and stuff my junior and senior year, and I think it's like you meet a lot more people that like you normally wouldn't talk to, and so it's really fun. And yeah.
I was gonna say like just don't stress over the small things because like a lot of people, like, me included, I always stressed over my academics and my grades, making sure that they're like really good. So just like don't stress over that because you're gonna miss out over like of a lot of things. Like there were so many times where I chose to go stay home and do other stuff rather than go out to with my friends. Like for example, I didn't go to my junior year prom or homecoming, and I kind of regret that because I didn't really take advantage of those opportunities, and I was too stressed over the small things.
Yeah, I would also second Sky about getting involved. My freshman year and sophomore year, I only did sports. I didn't do any clubs or anything. And then junior year, I started getting more involved. So.
I would agree with Maddie. My 4 years, I actually really focused on what a letter was, if it was an A or a B. In my mind, that was life or death. No matter if it was a B, I like actually stressed out about it, and it put me, yeah, my grades were good, but it added too much stress to my academic life that I would stay up so late, and it would actually it ended up being worse in the end.
For me, I'd say live in the moment because for some of us, like this might be the last time you get to participate in some of these things, like the last time you play high school sports or like join a club or be surrounded by people you normally wouldn't be surrounded with. So just live in the moment and take it all in, yeah.
So the question for you guys was, what are some ways that they cope with senioritis? Or for anyone, like how do you cope when you don't feel motivated at school?
I can go first. I think it was just like, I know like especially like with our topic with small wins, I feel it was just like getting to like myself to like get that motivation to be like, okay, like if I do this, then like I don't have to worry about it later. Or like if I do this now, like I don't have to like try and cram it in. I mean, I will say, and I'm sure I speak for a lot of us seniors in here, and I think just anywhere, like it's kind of dragging. And I know like after prom, I was just kind of just dragging right now. I think just saying like, oh, I have this weekend and this weekend, I'm just kind of like, but like all those days in between, it's just like, you just gotta try and get through it. I mean, it's just a lot, but you get through it. I mean, once it ends, it ends. So like, you don't want to like say like you have to go back on what you've done.
Going back to our leadership nugget, just choosing hard, like you don't want to do it. Like right now I have senioritis, I don't want to do my stuff, but I mean, you gotta do it. So yeah, just having grit and perseverance.
I was going to talk about breaking it down to smaller steps so it seems more achievable, so you're not trying to accomplish something all at once. And then just like taking the time to like take breaks and like have fun and do something that you want to do. Like take any opportunity to like just take a break, like go hang out with your friends, and yeah.
I try and think about like my end goal. Like in the beginning of the year, I was just kind of focusing on my grades for college and continue to keep my GPA up, and to not let myself slack off, and just thinking about my future career. And also having a higher GPA helps with scholarships, so I kept trying to remind myself of that. Honestly, what motivated me, like coming like these last few days, is not taking finals. So showing up to school every day, making sure I have all my assignments in, helps me so I don't have to take finals and I don't have to come back after school. And then another thing that motivates me is just like having all my friends at school and seeing everybody every day, because like after we graduate, like I'm not going to see everybody every day. We're just going to be really sad.
Okay, I'm going to ask our alumni that are here again. Let's clap it up for our alumni that's up here. Yeah. Maddie's like, why did I come? Hey, so these three individuals over here, they took leadership in action, and now they are on to bigger and better things. Guys, how have you taken leadership principles and applied that to your life after graduation?
I think about leadership in action a lot in my day-to-day
Students. Yep, raise your hand if you do not have a paper. All right. Good afternoon. How's everybody doing? I need some energy. I need some passion. How's everybody doing? All right. Are we ready to hear from the last group of our Leadership in Action Leadership Summit? Are we ready? Yeah, here we go. This is our last period. This is our third year doing our Leadership Summit, if you haven't been down here yet. The purpose of this summit is for students to learn from students. In our school, McHenry High School, this is something that we believe in. We believe in this in the Social Science Division, and that's why you guys see us down here today. So we have two groups today. Our first group is going to be on community, and our second group is going to be on expectations. Speaking of expectations, we have a few for you guys as audience members. First off, do you all have a sheet of paper? Yes. Okay, on that sheet of paper, we are expecting you to take notes on these topics. Each presentation will do what's called a leadership nugget. Our leadership nugget is a quote or a phrase that signifies the main purpose of each presentation. As they tell you about your leadership nugget, you will write that down. You will also write down one takeaway that you have from each presentation. The goal here is for you to take a personal takeaway that you then apply to your life, okay? Give me a thumbs up if that sounds good. Make sense? Okay. In addition, for behavior, no phones, AirPods, earbuds, all those are away. We're going to give these seniors who have worked really, really, really hard the respect that they deserve, okay? Most importantly, we need passion, we need positivity, we need participation from our audience. Are you guys ready to participate? With that being said, please give a huge round of applause to our group that's going to talk to us about community.
Good afternoon. How are we? Good? A little tired? I know, it's 7th period. So our topic is on community. We're going to introduce ourselves a little bit.
I'm Haley, and I've been involved in Key Club, Student Council, badminton, and flag football.
I'm Maggie, and I've been involved in a lot of different things. I do choir, BPA, Key Club, Student Council.
Hi guys, my name is Gabby. I've been involved in National Honor Society, Spanish Honor Society, Key Club, and I did flag football this fall.
I'm Kate. I've been in Key Club for all 4 years. I'm also involved in the leadership pathway along with the culinary pathway.
And I'm McKenna. I'm in Key Club, leadership, Warrior Student Media, soccer, Warrior Buddies, and yeah.
All right, so we're gonna go on to our night. So for this, we're gonna need 3 student representatives and 1 teacher. So what we're gonna be doing is, it's gonna be musical chair scavenger hunt. So raise your hand if you're familiar with this at all. Okay, so a few of us. For those that don't know, it's gonna be like a regular musical chairs game. And then when the music stops, you're gonna go into the crowd and grab the item that pops up on the screen. All right, so can I take 3 students? You right there. Any more? Oh, where? Come on. Oh, there you go. All right, and then 1 teacher. Oh, one more student. Adam, come down. so we're gonna have the students and Mr. Warborn introduce themselves.
I'm Sawyer Thielson.
I'm Natalie Corona.
I'm Sam Lowry.
And I'm Mr. Warborn.
All right, so we're gonna start. I have some music queued up. And then whenever the music stops, go into the crowd and retrieve the item. So you guys can go ahead and start circling around. Yes, you have to sit back down. Yep. All right, so we got one, two more seats. All right, good job, good job. All right, we're gonna take away one of them. Yeah, you can place the items on there and just give them to me. All right. We all good? Okay. All right, so go grab a shoe. That was a close call. All right, so I'm gonna give the students pick their shoe. All right. Final two. How are we feeling?
I'm feeling great.
I'm gonna beat her.
Ooh, competition. All right. All right, go find Mr. Monk. Do not hurt him. Please don't hurt Mr. Monk. Yeah. All right. Come on back. Good job. Give everyone a round of applause, please. All right, so I'm gonna ask you one takeaway. What did you learn from this event?
I learned that it's really important to rely on your peers to be able to get you to succeed in life.
So that kind of brings us into our takeaways. So, like she said, you really relied on the people in this audience to help out with this Ignite. And in this audience, that is our community. As a community, you had to help out and give each other items in order for this Ignite to work. And that kind of brings us into our leadership nugget.
Our leadership nugget is when building a community, a great leader will use an inclusive leadership style that values and includes the perspectives of all team members, especially those who are underrepresented or marginalized. We can leave that up there for a second because it's long.
So I know a lot of you might be confused as to what it means to be marginalized or underrepresented, but the truth is anybody can be marginalized or underrepresented. It really just depends on the context. Like you can have someone who's normally always outgoing and they could still be left out at times. So that's why we say it's so important to validate others' opinion when you're working in group settings and to also create a sense of belonging and promote growth.
The nuggets again at the end.
We'll come back to it. I'm sorry.
So we did a couple testimonials, and first we did Mr. Stengel, and he was basically saying that the school offers a lot of different communities, which are like clubs and sports for kids to get involved in. And so there's always things for kids to do within the school. And then we did Megan Crow, and she's involved in a bunch of clubs. And she said being a part of different activities and communities has helped me within the school with communication and feeling connected to my peers. And that just means like she's been able to develop a bunch of different leadership skills and feel more connected with her school. And then Leadership in Action has built a community between the adjusted learners in our class. So we asked Christian, and he said he's been able to make a lot of friends through the community built with Leadership in Action. And it just kind of shows that like there's always different communities that can be built between a bunch of different people.
And so in order to support like our presentation and everything, we did a survey. Around 100 people responded, and these were some of the questions on there. Do you feel like you're involved within the community at MCHS? Do you think the overall community at MCHS could be better? And how often do you feel included at McHenry? So for the first question, 56.7 students said yes. For the second one, 92.2% of students also said yes, which is kind of like upsetting to see just because like majority of the people who did the survey think that our community could be better here. And then 41.1% said not so often that they feel included at McHenry, which also shows that our community could be better. And we also had a written response question asking like, how are some ways that we can like improve the community? And some students said like having more events and hearing from students instead of having like staff create these events. And then also having like pride camp for other grades, because that's how we do it with the freshmen. And then encouraging others to join clubs. And so by doing like surveys like these, it helps us like find ways to do things better because you guys are all the community. And listening to your guys' opinions is a form of leadership. So hearing your guys' opinions allows like some trust to be created with you guys and ourselves and everything, which also goes into inclusion and overall like helps the community get better overall.
So, a little fun fact about me is I'm going really far away from college, like about 16 hours away. And I was honestly terrified because over spring break I went to an admitted student stay, and so we had to travel and everything. And I was so nervous that I was just going to feel left out or that I would look dumb because I didn't know anybody there. Because everybody else goes to like the same high schools or the same clubs together. And I was just really nervous. And it kind of sucked. But it wasn't until we had our lunch break that me and my family were sitting alone at this table, and a few girls came up to us, and like you can kind of tell we're not from there. Like we just kind of didn't match the vibe. But they were nice enough to come up and introduce themselves and make us feel included. And like little small efforts like that, like things you might not think matter, really make the difference. And they help us find community anywhere. Raise your hand if you feel comfortable sharing your opinions with people you don't really know. Now raise your hand if you would feel comfortable going out of your way to include someone that you don't talk to. Raise your hand if you believe that the community at McHenry could be improved. And raise your hand if you've ever felt left out.
So this slide is about, it's like connecting inclusive leadership to building a better community. So we say that inclusive leadership is super, super important when building a community. And then these are the 4 categories that we chose that like match inclusive leadership. So we chose stronger connections, more creativity and ideas, fairness and belonging, and resilience and growth. One of the main ideas of this whole presentation is to make sure that everyone knows how important it is to make others feel valued. And when everyone feels valued, people are more willing to work together, trust one another, and share their own opinions without like being afraid.
Okay, so here are some of our takeaways. Our first one is that inclusive leadership is so important.
Our second one is having diverse groups creates stronger connections, fresh ideas, and a sense of belonging.
And this one might be our most important one, but we want you to know that building a strong community really matters, and it can make a difference in someone's life.
And then our fourth one is we all have the power to make people feel included and seen. So don't think like it's only one person's responsibility to do this because everyone has the power to do it. It's just a matter of how you do it.
And our last one is that good leaders act on kindness so that community can thrive anywhere.
Alright, we have one more quote, and this is from Haley Sloan. So, everyone has the potential to be a leader. It's not about a little, it's about the willingness to step up, listen, and make a difference.
All right, let's give one more round of applause to the group that just presented on community. Okay, now let's welcome the expectations group.
And just a reminder to be respectful, and we're going to need participation volunteers.
Alright, how's everybody doing today? So we're excited to talk about expectations today. That's our topic. So I'm Caleb. I played varsity basketball for 3 years, and I was in MCHS and Warrior Nation.
I'm Sammy May. I am a track athlete. I took the leadership and engineering career pathways here, and I'm also involved in Connections Crew and NHS.
I'm Kyle. I play baseball, basketball, and golf.
I'm Brady. I played hockey, and I'm a part of leadership and Warrior Nation.
I'm Dylan Herkus. I took the leadership classes, and I played basketball, and I'm in Warrior Nation.
Alright, so before we get started on our presentation today, we asked Mr. Sterner to set expectations at the beginning of our presentations today. And we want to see who remembers those expectations that were set, and we have candy for the people that raise their hand and answer those. So,
Amari?
Amari, go ahead. Alright. Hey, I need some. Alright. Flex. Yep. That's one. And then Amari. Is that it? Oh. How many you got? Your sheets? Yep. Okay. Alright. We also have other questions that we'd like to ask about expectations, and you'll also get candy when answering these questions and participating. So, one of our questions is, why do you believe that these expectations were set? Mark? Alright, and then our next question is, where Where's somewhere else that you have had to follow expectations?
Say like sports, like football, like outside.
Alright, so the purpose here today on why these expectations were set were to give you guys the importance of being aware of the expectations. That when following expectations, it creates a bond between the person expecting these and the person that is being asked to meet these expectations. It creates a sense of respect between the two, just like you guys attempting to meet Mr. Sterner's expectations right now. It makes it known that he's respected by all of you and you guys are respecting us presenting.
All right, so our leadership nugget is the standard is the standard. And the standard is the standard is a popular motto used by the Pittsburgh Steelers and head coach Mike Tomlin. It represents the high expectations for performance regardless of circumstances, injuries, or opponent strength. The phrase emphasizes that everyone on the team or group must meet the same high standards of accountability and execution.
Man, in the growth and development of this thing, man, I'm talking to you about norms, expectations, mindsets that you should have. And it's always good to acknowledge reasonable expectations. I expect you to get better in all areas, man, whether it's the knowledge relative to what it is that you do, the maintenance and the preparation of your body, the understanding of the game, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You need to continually be a guy on the rise. That is a reasonable expectation, as opposed to just coming in here putting in time. What do I mean by that? I mean the things that made you viable in the past aren't going to be the things that make you viable moving forward. You better be continually getting better, as long as you sit in rooms like this. I ain't doing my job if I'm not pointing that out. You guys that have been here and know what it's about, man, we expect you to be significantly better. Hear the words. You are a young guy, man, we might have tolerated mental errors a year ago. We'll have less tolerance for it moving forward. It's just a reasonable expectation. And so let's just be really transparent, man, about expectations in this business, about how competitive it is. I never want you worried about people on the outside, even the man sitting next to you. This is a man versus himself battle. You got to be continually pressing to get better with that understanding that this is a highly competitive line of work that we're in.
Alright, what we took away from the video is that he is saying you should set or have reasonable expectations for yourself. This doesn't mean set expectations that are unrealistic. It means set expectations that are realistic and will better yourself. He's trying to say that if you set these expectations and meet or exceed them every day, you will get or become better every day.
Alright, next up we've got our student and teacher testimonials. We interviewed a bunch of people here from different places in McHenry, different positions. First up, we're going to have Mr. Bierbauer. Obviously, he's a strength coach here. Then we've got Dr. Prickett, he's our principal. We have testimonial from Mr. Chris Madsen, our athletic director, and then a student athlete in Oliver Snyderman. And then okay, so basically we asked different questions to all these people tailored to what their position is here at McHenry, and we were just looking for 3 key takeaways from them. One being examples of either expectations that they set or have been set onto them. And then we asked them what is the importance of expectations in their line of work. And then finally we just asked them for 1 key takeaway for you guys, each from their own testimonials, what they would like to push on to you guys. Okay, first up, we've got our testimonial from Mr. Bierbauer. Some of the examples that he set us were mostly about like weight room and that we need to respect the athletes up there, the coaches up there, and the equipment. He said the importance of this was that when we're not respecting the facility and not following these guidelines, it slows down efficiency and it creates a bad culture for us up in the weight room. So he wants to make sure that we focus on proper etiquette and make sure that we respect the facility while we're up there. And then his takeaway for us was just 4 simple words. He told us respect, pride, discipline, and culture. And then next up, we've got our testimonial from Mr. Chris Madsen. Some examples that he sets out for his student athletes are to respect everyone involved, respect the coaches, respect the players, respect the referees, and make sure that we're competing with proper etiquette in class and putting a good image out there for McHenry as a school. The importance behind this, he said expectations are about shaping character and building habits and making sure that we grow into better people in our futures. He told us it's very important to make sure that we're always competing for the name on the front and not our names on the back. And then his key takeaway for us was to lead by example.
And then next up, we interviewed Dr. Prickett, the principal here, and his biggest thing was that he said that he has always had expectations for students here at MCHS, which are to try your best, study hard, and be a good person. He said that he believes if everyone follows these expectations, it will help to create an orderly environment. His biggest takeaway for all of us was to be understanding. And then we interviewed a student athlete named Oliver. He's a junior. Oliver said that as a student athlete, he feels like there's a great weight and high expectations to be able to balance homework, sports, and also a social life. He said that if he lives up to those expectations, he'll be able to balance all 3 of those things. And his biggest takeaway for everyone was to be the standard.
Alright, so now we're going to do our personal connections with expectations and kind of our different stories that have to go along with this. And yeah.
Alright, I'll start us off. Mine relates to basketball. So freshman and sophomore year, my coaches were always hard on me, and I never liked it at the time. But as seasons went on, I started to appreciate it more, and I realized that they just had higher standards for me. Their expectations helped me grow a lot as a player and as a leader.
Mine's also about sports. It's for hockey. At the start of this year, we got a new coach from the JV team. And since I was a senior on the team and I was one of the older guys who's been there for a while, he pulled me aside to talk and set some new expectations, like some different ones from the previous season. And he just held me to those expectations all year in order to be successful throughout the season.
A personal connection I have to expectations is in baseball. At the start of every year, we set expectations for our team. For example, this year, some of our expectations include winning 30 games, winning conference, and making a run to state. These expectations we set gives us something to work for every day, and we use that to get better every day.
For my personal connection, I related it to my time as a student athlete in track. When I go out and compete, obviously there's an expectation by my coaches now and my college coach in the future to hit a certain mark every time I'm competing. And it's really hard to go out there and on your first jump, you get a disappointing distance and you're not getting as far as you should. And it's easy to think about that and lower your expectations for the rest of me. Like, I'm not jumping good today, so I'm only expecting to jump maybe 10 centimeters more. But you have to have the discipline to sit there and tell yourself that I still need to bring my level of play up to my normal expectations. I need to take this chance that I have in these next couple attempts to get out there and improve on myself and go reach those expectations.
My personal connection, I kind of wanted to talk about how holding someone to like a high standard or high expectation can lead to success. I wanted to talk about, we got a new coach 2 years ago, Coach Card. We were all really skeptical about it and didn't really know how it was going to go. And he was really hard on us from the summer, and we kind of just didn't really want to listen to him, didn't really want to do all that since he was new, but he kept holding us to a high expectation and holding us accountable on all the things that we did, and it led to the 2 best seasons that we've ever had here at this school. So it just shows like holding people to a higher standard than they believe that they have can lead to bigger and better things. And then, so our leadership nugget, again, if you guys need to write it down, is the standard is a standard. And what we'd like all of you to take away from our presentation today is that you don't need to be perfect and always meet everybody's expectations, but that not holding yourself to expectations, but not only holding yourself to expectations, but others around you, creates you to become a better leader and ultimately a better person. Thank you.
Let's give one more round of applause to the expectation group. Okay, now we're going to do a Q&A if you guys have any questions about their topics or just leadership in action or just being a senior in general. Okay, who wants to start us off? Any questions? There's got to be at least one. Up there. Personally, I took the class for a bunch of different reasons. So I'm going into teaching next year. I'll be at Illinois State. And I felt like it would be a great opportunity to learn some of the freshmen and connect with them on a more personal aspect, along with like seeing what it's actually like to be in a classroom setting with a different group of kids.
I originally took the class because my little brother was an incoming freshman and I wanted to be able to go over there and help guide him through his first time being in high school because I didn't have anybody to do that for me. So that's why I originally got into it, but then getting into it, it's been a really nice opportunity for me to branch out and get comfortable being uncomfortable.
Yeah, throughout all my years of high school, I feel like I missed out on a lot of opportunities because I was too nervous or too shy. And this class really put me out there and helped me build on those strengths and weaknesses.
I took the class to increase my leadership skills and to make connections with new people and just have fun with my friends. So.
I decided to take this class because my freshman year, the senior leader I had wasn't really there and everything, and we all noticed it in my AIM class. And so when I got the opportunity to join this class, I took it because I wanted to be a better leader for those freshmen right now, knowing that that's something that I didn't get.
I took this class just because I remember when I was a freshman. I remember my senior leader was pretty cool. I always enjoyed whenever he would come in. And I wanted to go over there and make the same type of role model that he was.
I took this class because I don't like to public speak, so I wanted to get better at doing it.
I took this class because my freshman year I had a really good senior leader, and I wanted to be a role model just like them.
I took this class last year. Originally, I was only taking it because my friends were taking it, but I'm glad I did take it because I've learned a lot of leadership skills and just how to communicate better with people and yeah.
I took this class because I knew I had some like leadership abilities and was in some like leadership roles, and I knew that I kind of wanted to build off of that and make myself a better leader and kind of prove it to myself and the people around me that I'm able to lead them.
Does anybody have any other questions for us? Bella? As we all mentioned in our presentations, it's definitely like small things that make a difference. So I know a lot of like our freshman class, they came in all shy and nervous and not putting themselves out there. And I'd like to think that we've helped them branch out more, and they've like even told us that when they come and do the sneak peek with us, it makes them feel more comfortable for the next following years.
Definitely showing up is super important because in order for them to like kind of, I don't know, like get that sense of belonging in a community, you have to be there. You have to like show them those little things and actually show that you're wanting to be part of that community as well and not just having them be part of that.
I would say just making others feel included. When people feel included, they're more so willing to like want to do stuff and everything. And so just bringing those people in who don't really talk that much or who are like in the corners and everything, and letting them feel like they're seen, and just including them in all the activities that we do, so like the group can just like be better and everything. Any other questions? Okay.
I mean, if you don't meet your expectations, it's not that big of a world, but you just gotta keep moving past it and get better from there. I personally got 109, Josh. Or wait, no, I'll grow, my bad.
All right, real quick, as we wrap this up, first off, a shout out to all of our Leadership in Action students. We did a really good job presenting. They prepared all semester, so good job, guys. Second shout out, we're gonna shout out to Mr. Sterner. 3 years ago, he came to me with this idea of let's do some TED Talks with our Leadership in Action class. Maybe a final presentation, something that kind of shows off our skills that we've learned all year. And after 3 successful years, he is moving on to a new leadership role. So we're going to have some other teachers present in our classroom, but this leadership summit is something that he kind of started, and hopefully we kind of carry on. But 3 successful years of the summit, and it was all Mr. Sterner's idea, so shout out to him. And then last shout out is to the audience. Thank you for meeting those expectations that we set today and participating. I hope you guys had a good day. Thanks.
coming to life. And the work that you do every day with our freshmen, and the work that you did all year has really made a profound difference. And it shows right here that that example keeps on going. All right? So I'm so proud. We're so blessed to have you here. I wish you the very best. Obviously, the skills that you've learned, here, and just by participating here in this school, you're all going to be extremely, extremely successful. There's no doubt about that. And don't be afraid to take those risks. Right? I look out there and I heard a lot about building community and expectations and all these things. But the most important thing about leadership, right, that you have to remember is you might have to take risks. Right? When you're faced with that challenge and that adversity, how are you going to stand up?
listen, a couple other things here, okay? All right, how are we feeling? Feeling good? How nervous were we out there? Depends on the person. Does it feel nice to have it done with stuff? Yeah. So here's what I'll tell you. A couple of you guys talked about choosing mark, right? That's something we talked about all year. So you guys did this. Not every student in our school would have the courage to come up here and present in front of their classmates like you guys did. You should be proud of yourselves. Mr. Lund and I are extremely, extremely proud of you. I think every group presented better than they practiced. Do you guys agree with that? Yeah. I really think every single group did that. You saved your best version for the actual presentation, and that's awesome. You guys are organized, you guys are passionate, you guys cared, you helped out, you volunteered, you asked questions. There's a lot of positive takes from this, okay? So hopefully it was a good experience for you guys. We got one last thing, Mr. Lund.
Yeah.
What do we got from?
Nothing yet, but pizza is almost here.
We got some pizza. Alright. We got from your hard work. We don't have a ton of pizza. We don't have a ton of pizza because there's 60 something of you. But we did decide that you guys earned one more little treat, one more little snack. So it was supposed to be here at 1. It's gonna be here. I think it's Mama John. Mama John. Yeah, just have more. Alright. So here's the deal. Here's the deal. Listen to this. Mr. Lund, we also said we're going to let him out a little early.
A little early, that?
I think we maybe let you guys out a little early, but we're going to have pizza here in, I don't know.
10 minutes ago.
10 minutes ago. So we're going to chill here, eat the rest of the snacks, pizza will come, and then that'll be it. Alright, sound good?